I'm bored of looking at my own slides, so I thought I'd talk for a while and then we can look at some CVs and some job adverts and talk about those. So good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be back here again. I've been doing this talk for several years in a row now, and I recognize a few names here. So for those of you who've heard me before, I'm going to try and make it slightly different. But if you have heard me before and you want to chip in, that would be great. Secondly, I would really like to make this as interactive as possible. So let's treat this as a bit of a Ask Me Anything session. And if you've got questions, if you want to interrupt me, if you want to put a question in the chat or ask me, then just come off mute and ask a question, please. And thirdly, I'm going to cover CV writing and interview prep. The two sessions might merge into each other a little bit, but I'll try and keep them relatively structured. And then if you've got any questions about LinkedIn, you're welcome to ask me those questions as well. Right, so first of all, I'm Bryony Lieber. I'm a career and business coach. I've worked in the mining industry since I left university probably 24 years ago, which feels like a very long time ago now. I started out in consulting, in environmental and social consulting to the mining industry. And about 5 years ago, I moved into career coaching. But I've stayed in the industry, and most of my clients are mining related professionals in South Africa and across Africa. And a lot of the work that I do with my clients relates to CV writing and to career transitions and to being able to speak up for oneself. A lot of my clients come to me as incredibly proficient technical professionals, and what got them to where they're at is their technical competence. But they get to a certain point where they either want to make a transition, or they want to move into a management position, or they want to broaden out into something different. And their personality characteristics and their technical focus somehow gets in the way of being able to advocate for themselves. And so a lot of my clients come to me first off asking for support in putting together a CV that's going to help them get their next job or make the transition that they need to make. And so I've seen hundreds of CVs over the last couple of years, ranging from graduates all the way through to executives. And I see the same mistakes no matter what level people are in their career. And those seem to be around the fact that a lot of people treat their CV as a listing of all their responsibilities and forget to actually provide evidence of what they've achieved. So I see a lot of CVs that are a menu of roles and responsibilities and all the things that recruiters and recruitment managers already know you do in your job, but very little around evidence of how you've done that and how you've contributed and how you've achieved in your career. And so the work that I do tends to be about helping my clients extract their achievements so that we can start using their CV as a sales document rather than just a list of generic roles and responsibilities. So, and what I tend to see is that at the upper end of careers, more experienced people want to say too much. They've got years and years of experience, decades in many cases, and they want to pack every single piece of their experience into their CV. So I often see 10, 15-page CVs at the upper end of the market. And at the lower end of the market with young professionals coming out of university and people who've got maybe 3 to 5 years experience, I see the opposite extreme. And a tendency to not put in enough information and a tendency to overlook what's actually really important. And then everything in between, focusing on providing actually the wrong information. So what I want to cover today is what's the right information. And before we can get to that, we really need to talk about who's your audience for your CV, what they want to see, and how to present that information in the best possible way. I'm going to show you a few examples of templates that I use for a variety of different levels in careers. And then I just want to take you through one or two job descriptions and show you how to extract information from those so that you can use that to write your CV. So first thing I want to say is your CV is a sales document, okay? It's one tool in your toolbox, and it's the equivalent of a marketing brochure that a business would send out to tell their customers about their products, okay? So with that in mind, as a sales tool, one needs to know who you're selling to, okay? 10, 15 years ago, we were all selling to a human being. But these days, we're selling to two different audiences. We're selling first and foremost to what's called an applicant tracking system. And only secondly, once you've got through the applicant tracking system, are you selling to a human being. So I want to unpack a little bit about what that actually means, because we tend to write our CVs thinking about the human being. And human beings are visual, okay? So we use our eyes and we look at things to see visually how they differentiate from others. But the applicant tracking system doesn't do that. The applicant tracking system focuses on keywords. So if you're writing your CV thinking about a human being first, you're going to find that your CV possibly is not going to get through the applicant tracking system. Now, the applicant tracking system is very simple, generally. And as I said, it's scanning for keywords. And the software that various different companies use differs from company to company. Some have got very sophisticated software that can work through a lot of complex information and a lot of complex formatting. Some of the companies still use quite old software which cannot cope with complex formatting. So a good rule of thumb, first and foremost for your CV, is format it as simply as possible. So any CV that's got lots of graphics, icons, symbols, tables, photographs, anything that's visually going to be appealing is not going to get through your applicant tracking system. So a plain document, Arial font, 11 size, font size, very, very plainly formatted, no columns, no tables, no fancy text, no icons. That's firstly what the applicant tracking system is going to be able to read. It values simplicity and it values keywords. So where do you get keywords from? You're going to get keywords from the job that you're applying for. And that infers two things. One, if you are submitting a generic CV that you're hoping will cover every possible job that you could be applying for, you may find that you're diluting your impact with the applicant tracking system. Because you might be trying to cover too many types of jobs. So my rule of thumb is always, if you are applying for a variety of different types of jobs that require or that have different requirements and may emphasize different skills or different experience, try and develop different CVs for those different types of jobs, okay? So one might be for a traditional kind of geologist type of job. Another one might be for business development, for perhaps data mine or something like that. The requirements of those two jobs are going to be very different. The entry point may be that you're a qualified geologist, but the job requirements are going to be different, and you're going to need to focus on different things, and the keywords are going to be different. Okay, so if you are only working with one CV and you are applying for different jobs, please start thinking about setting up at least 2 different CVs that focus on the different types of jobs that you're looking for, because those keywords are going to be different to each other. Second thing that I want to say is the applicant tracking system. If you are sending a CV electronically, okay, anything electronic is more than likely these days to pass through an applicant tracking system. So even if you send it via email, it's probably going to get submitted through an applicant tracking system at some point. The only time your CV is not going to go through the ATS is when you hand deliver it and you take it with you to the interview. So often people say to me, well, can I develop a visually pleasing CV for an interview? Yes, you absolutely can. So if you want to do that and you want to make your CV look a little bit more visually interesting, that's fine, but take that CV to the interview. Please do not fall into the trap of emailing or submitting through LinkedIn or any other job portal a visually attractive CV. And I know there are people who've come on this, who've attended this talk before, and I have seen some CVs of people who've attended this talk before, and there's still a propensity to be doing visually attractive CVs. So I just want to say 100% right now, if you cannot get through the applicant tracking system, you're not going to get to an interview. So drop the need for visually pretty CVs and focus on the content. That is the most important thing. So I see there's a question here from Claire. Claire, thanks for the question. How does the applicant tracking system process columns? Not very well, Claire. It really, so again, there are some that are more sophisticated, but typically they don't process columns well, okay? So my approach when I'm writing CVs, and I'm actually just going to take an opportunity now to show you what a typical CV would look like, is to keep them very simple and one column only. So here, okay, so here's this is a CV that I helped somebody prepare a while ago. It's at a graduate level. And it's very, very simple. It's literally name and surname, contact details, nothing else personal. And then one column focusing on key information, short sentences, bullet points, okay? Using subheadings to space out information and keep information visually easy to find, as well as helping the applicant tracking system find specific keywords, okay? And same format for all the way through. So short sentences, bullet points, all the way through. You'll see in this template, I do have a table for references, but I always blank out the actual lines once the document gets submitted. So the information's there, but the actual lines disappear. Okay, I don't know if that helps, Claire. Oh, mighty, great. I'm glad this is helpful. Okay, good. So if you get past the applicant tracking system, then your CV is going to get sent to a human being. Now, what the applicant tracking system does is it gets rid of all the CVs that aren't meeting the job requirements, okay? So it's looking for things like, if the requirement is +3 years work experience, your CV is going to have said something along those lines, +3 years work experience or +5 years work experience. It's not going to have said things like lots of work experience. So that's something that I want to emphasize as well, is you need to be very specific and very factual in your wording to get past the applicant tracking system. So qualifiers and things like that, lots of huge adjectives don't tend to be helpful for you, because unless you can factually support them with tangible evidence, and tangible would be numbers, percentages, and factual evidence, the tracking system isn't going to know what to do with lots of a huge amounts, astounding, things like that, okay? So once you've got through the applicant tracking system and you get to a human being, what a human being is looking for is firstly evidence that you've got the qualifications and knowledge, what level your skills are at, and how much experience you've got, okay? And they're going to be wanting to see that in a very factual format, in tangible evidence, okay? So for every skill that you say you've got, you need to be able to provide a sentence or two that gives a tangible example of that skill. So there's absolutely no point in saying something like, I have lots of drilling experience. I've used all the major geology and modeling software, okay? That doesn't help anybody. How you want to be able to phrase that is, I've been involved in, or I've been responsible for supervising 5,000 meters of drilling, okay? And I've analyzed 2,000 meters of core. And that core has been of these different types of rocks, okay? And I'm using my language very loosely. Somebody else will have to tell me the right language. And I've had experience of drilling in the Bushveld Igneous Complex and the Eastern Limb and somewhere else. What you're doing there is starting to differentiate your experience from other people's experience. And you're starting to give keywords that are searchable, not just for the applicant tracking system, but also for a human being who's looking at you and several other people's CVs and going, okay, what makes you different and better to the other people that I'm looking at? If everybody says, I've got lots of drilling experience, and you say, I have drilling experience in these different environments with this extent of experience, and I've not just been to a drill site, but I've actually supervised drillers, I've managed contractors, I've analyzed core, I've developed models, and I've written reports that have gone to various different stakeholders, immediately you're going to be differentiating yourself. Does that make sense? Anybody want to give me a thumbs up or a comment or a noise, just that I know that everybody's still alive and listening? Ah, Sarah, oh, you're so sweet. I wouldn't employ me to drill on your projects. All right, so any questions while I take a breath, or any comments while I take a breath? Okay, if you've got a question, please.
There's a question from Lauren.
Ronnie,
Yeah.
Lauren.
Hi, everyone. Yes. So I totally agree with everything that you said, Bryony, and I've sat through lots of, CVs as well when graduates or interns apply. And a lot of the times there's gaps in the CV, and you start asking, but what happened in that gap? And it's not actually just for interns. Sometimes people leave out stuff intentionally because they think it's not good enough, but that might be the thing that gets you that job. For example, I invited someone for an interview who worked at McDonald's with a geology degree. So they put that on their CV, And it basically, he sold it as, I didn't want to do nothing, even though I had a degree, and working in retail has made me so much more resilient. And we ended up hiring the guy. So even if you think it's not important, if you can sell it, put it on.
100% agree, and I'm glad you raised that. It's working at McDonald's is fantastic experience, and I'll tell you why. Because McDonald's has very systematic processes.
Yes.
Okay, so if you've worked at McDonald's, you've had experience of having to work through a very systematic process. They have, believe it or not, strong quality control. So you will understand a little bit more about quality control than somebody who's had no experience. Plus, you've probably had some experience of serving customers, working with the public, having to work in a team, and having to deliver a product within a very specific time frame. Any work experience, whether it's formal or informal, whether it's paid or volunteer or an internship, is important. And I want to say that if you can look at what are the skills and the things that you learned during any experience that you've had, and think about how to apply them into the environment that you're going into, almost anything you've done is going to be relevant, because every single job gives you an opportunity to work with people, to work in a systematic environment, to deliver on a goal, to learn particular aspects of a job, and actually become more comfortable with the work environment than somebody who has stayed at home and not been employed at all. Okay, and anybody who's going into the work environment for the first time, recruiters and hiring managers are looking for people who are going to become productive as quickly as possible. People who are going to at least understand what it means to work with others and how to use equipment and how to write and how to ask questions. They're looking for people who are curious. They're looking for people who get out of themselves and interact with others. And if you had no experience whatsoever, even if you've got the best qualifications, it's likely that it'll be harder for you to become productive quickly than it is for somebody who's had some organizational experience, which is why I advocate, if you can't get a job, volunteer somewhere. Get as much volunteer experience as you can, because that's still working with people and delivering on goals. Okay, so there are lots of questions and comments here, so I'm just going to... Okay, what kind of information is redundant, like first aid qualifications? Lolani, thanks for that question. So very little is redundant. First aid qualifications in a mining industry are highly relevant. How much detail you go into is the difference, okay? So if your first aid qualifications are from 10 years ago, they might be redundant. If you've maintained them every year, don't list every single year that you've done your first aid qualifications. Just summarize that into one line to say, qualified first aider, updated annually, okay? Bear in mind, you've got LinkedIn as your asset as well. So if you can't fit something onto your CV, or it's not specifically relevant to the job that you're applying for, put it onto LinkedIn. There is no shortage of space on LinkedIn. You can put every single qualification that you've ever got, and recruiters go straight to LinkedIn the moment they've got your CV for two things. They want to see, does your CV match up with your LinkedIn profile? And they want to see, how do you put yourself out there? Because remember, your CV is one tool, your LinkedIn profile is another tool, but your involvement in how you network and how you position yourself and how you engage with people and what you talk about on social media and what you publish are a whole suite of other tools. And I can guarantee you that if you are, especially while we're still in kind of a semi-work from home environment, LinkedIn is your friend. It is an online conference. It is a way to position yourself for the expertise that you've got, okay? And if you are active on LinkedIn and actively, even if you're not publishing, if you are actively engaging with professionals in your industry and building your network, it's very easy to see that as a recruiter. And that immediately says that you're not somebody who waits for opportunities to come to you. You're somebody who puts yourself out there and develops the brand of you and is positioning yourself as somebody that people need to know. I have many part-time jobs that fill up my CV for 11 pages. Okay, so Lilani again. Part-time jobs, you can summarize, okay? Or you can, again, put those onto your LinkedIn profile. What I would do is in your first section of your CV, I would summarize key things that you have achieved in those part-time jobs, and then I would list them as one-liners at the end of the CV. If they make up a huge number of pages, summarize them into types of part-time jobs and put the detail onto your LinkedIn profile. I hope that makes sense. Lilani, if you want to ask a question about that, please do. Sarah, how do you quantify projects if you have experience in the consulting industry where the project scope and types of projects are extremely varied? Okay, so again, on your CV, what I would do is summarize those into themes, name, if you're allowed to, the ones that are most relevant to the job that you're applying for. So depending on the job that you're applying for, those examples may change from CV to CV. If you're applying for something in the iron ore sector and you've got some iron ore experience, focus on those and focus on ones that have got a particular set of skills that you've applied that would be relevant to that job. If you're also applying for something in gold or platinum or whatever, then focus on your gold or platinum experience and whatever skills are relevant to that particular job. So you don't have to provide every single example. And then again, LinkedIn is your friend. On LinkedIn, you can list projects in one of the sections on your profile. I can't remember exactly where. You can also, under your experience section, if you've done lots of part-time jobs or you've done lots of consulting as an independent consultant, you can list every single project or every single client as a particular piece of experience. And I'll show you on my profile how I do that, because it's a very useful way of pushing your project experience. Okay, Andrea, how long should a CV be? I've been told 3 pages is too long. Yes. So there are several schools of thought here. The applicant tracking system doesn't care how long your CV is, but a human being does. So my advice is try and stick to 2 pages, because that says a number of things to people. Firstly, it says, you know what's important for this particular position. If you try and tell people absolutely everything, all it says is, I'm just vomiting out information at you in the hope that you will figure out what you actually want to find here. And what you're doing is making the reader's job really hard to do, because they've got to wade through lots of information to pick up what's relevant. So if you make their job easy and you only focus on telling them what's 100% relevant or as relevant as possible to that position, they're going to be a lot more favorable towards you because you've reduced the amount of energy they have to use to get through your CV. Again, you can put everything onto LinkedIn, but tailor your CV specifically to the position that you're applying for. Jürgen, thank you. Shouldn't be too simple though, I agree. Yeah, 2 to 3 pages maximum. Okay, Philly, I want to know what's the best way to provide proof of qualifications and skills listed on the CV. Don't, okay? All you need to do is list them on your CV. Do not send copies of every single qualification that you've got to the hiring manager. They will ask for copies if they want to see them. So first step is just send your CV, okay? The second part of your question here is how do I provide evidence of skills? Okay, so if you list a skill, say you've got modeling experience, then you want to say in 1 or 2 bullet points, on this project, I modeled using this modeling software in this resource for this particular objective. Okay, so you want to say, what did you do? What was the outcome? And what did you achieve in the process? Okay. And skills are a well, your competence is a combination of several things. The 3 key things that you want to show in your CV in relation to everything that you say you're competent in is what knowledge do you have? What skill level do you have? And how complex is your experience? Okay. So if you've only done modeling for a university project and you've only done it once and you've only done it in 1 piece of software, that's still something, okay? But it's not as extensive as, say, somebody who's been doing modeling for 20 years. So you want to give a taste of what knowledge or qualifications do you have? Do you have a certificate in using a particular piece of software? Have you been formally trained on a piece of software? How extensively have you used it? So have you done 1 modeling project on it, or have you done 100 modeling projects in a variety of different contexts and for a variety of different objectives? And then how complex has your experience been? So have you modeled the same thing in the same resource area over and over and over again? Or have you done different types of modeling in different types of contexts for different types of projects and for different particular outcomes? If you can provide that as evidence for each thing that you claim to be competent in, a recruiter is going to be really happy because they're going to get a good sense of what you're capable of doing. Okay, Pamela had HA's experience as a geo assistant before qualification. Now I'm sitting in a pickle if I don't include this experience. I'm sitting with an HO gap and often including it needs explanation. Pamela, would you like to come online? Let's talk about this. So you're talking about possibly having a gap or how to explain it. Okay, Pamela, if you'd come online, it'd be lovely to talk to you about this. I don't know, it's Femela or Pamela? While we're waiting for you to come online, Sarah, in an ideal world, how often should we be updating our CVs? Is annually waiting too long? Well, if you have a lot of new experience in the course of 1 year, then yes, annually could be too long. I would suggest that every time you complete a project, every time you complete a course, every time you change positions, whether it's a promotion within an organization or you change companies or you change direction, and every time you master a new level of competence. So for some people, that could be every few months. For other people, that could be once in 5 years. But I would definitely say annually, you need to review your CV and make sure that it's up to date. And I would say probably every 6 months would be a more appropriate way to do it, because wait a year and you will have done so many things that you will have forgotten. So one of the things I say to a lot of people is use your performance review as an opportunity to review your CV, plan ahead on what you actually want to be achieving the next year, and then start tracking what you're achieving in real time. Keep a diary or a journal of what you're achieving, what experience you got, what projects you worked on, who you worked with, what courses you completed, so that when you come to updating your CV, you've got a track record. Makes it a lot easier to do, as well as when you come to your next performance review, you've got a whole track record. Because I can guarantee you, by the time you get to a performance review or you're in a hurry to update your CV for a job, you will have forgotten half the things that you've done. You won't remember why they're relevant, or you'll be under so much pressure and stress that it's really hard to recall the details. So keep a track record. Okay.
Hi, Brian, I'm here.
Yes, hi, there you are, lovely. Okay, tell us your story.
Okay. Previously, before I started studying geology and getting the actual degree, I've worked before for over 8 years as a geologist assistant in a mine and in an exploration. So only after 8 years did I resign and went and formally studied and earned my qualification. Now, I always sit in a pickle whether to include these years that have before actual studying, or should I leave them? Because if I leave them, now I'm sitting with 8 years gap between matric and studying. If I include them, it kind of increases the number of pages for my CV and all that.
Okay, so why would you possibly want to leave out 8 years of good hands-on practical experience?
For example, I went to one of the interviews and then I had included this. And then during the interview, the guy asked me, but we said we wanted something like 3 years experience in bushveld. And at that time I had been working for about 5 years after the degree. And then he said to me, I see that you have 8 years experience that you've included and you have another 5 years experience. Why do you do that? Why don't you just say you have 5 years experience? Then I told him that, no, the 5 years experience is after qualification. And then the 8 years is when I was working as an assistant in both the exploration and the mine.
So, I mean, in a CV, you would typically show the dates of your experience.
Yes.
So he should be able to see kind of the chronological order of that. What he might have been saying is, are you overqualified for the position, given that at that stage you had 13 years of experience?
But,
go for it.
Because this is becoming a problem at times. For example, you counting it as 13 years experience, and then he was counting it actually as 5,
okay,
which I didn't mind, because all I wanted was it was an entry-level job.
So I think in that case, what you want to be able to do is talk about relevant experience. Okay? If you're finding that experience is counting against you, you need to refocus to talk about the experience that's relevant to that particular position. Okay. And you might, I don't advocate ever hiding experience, but there are ways of reworking it to only focus on the elements of it that are going to be relevant to that position. Okay. So you may have had 8 years as an assistant, but at that stage, you wouldn't have had any years of experience supervising or managing or guiding. Once you did your degree, you probably developed the skills to take on higher levels of responsibility. And in the 5 years after your degree, you probably took on more responsibility. So what you'd want to do there is emphasize the experience that's relevant, but not necessarily take away all of your experience. Your experience is important. What you achieved in that experience is important, but emphasizing what's relevant to the position is what's going to help you get that position. And if you want to chat to me after this, I'm very happy to chat to you and maybe have a look at your CV and see how you can tailor it to say what it needs to say.
I'll contact you after the session.
Yeah,
Thank
please
you.
do. Okay. Is combining my CV with my resume important for the tracking system, or should I send separately? Okay, so that's an interesting question. I use CV interchangeably. A resume is an abbreviated version of your CV. A CV typically can be quite lengthy, but these days people talk about them interchangeably, and typically what recruiters are looking for is a 2-page summary of your career highlights or headlines and your career history and what you've achieved in the process. So combining your CV with your resume is kind of what we do these days. I don't know if that answers your question, okay, what's the appropriate way to write a cover letter? Okay, so a cover letter is your opportunity to take your experience one step further and specifically connect it to that particular company. Okay, so when you're applying for a job as a geologist, you're going to probably apply for several jobs at several different companies. Okay, so your CV that focuses on your geology experience is going to speak to all the same things for each of those companies. But what your cover letter does is it's a bespoke way of connecting with the company. So this is where you're going to pull out, firstly, exactly what the position is that you're applying for, whether there's a reference number, the name of the company that you're applying at, okay? So that the recruiter knows you know who you're applying to. Secondly, you're going to put in a section that kind of very briefly summarizes your understanding of what that company is looking for, and 2 or 3 specific examples, either from your CV or further enhanced, that relate specifically to that position. Okay, so the purpose of the cover letter is to say to the recruiter, I am applying specifically for the job that you have advertised at this company that's explicitly said they're looking for X, Y, and Z, and this is how I am the perfect candidate for that. So what that means is you're going to write a different cover letter for every single job that you apply for, and you're going to tailor it differently depending on the company that you're applying to. And I emphasize that because I see so many people just sending the same generic cover letter, no matter what job they've applied for, no matter which company they're applying to. And all it says to the recruiter is, this person hasn't taken the time to actually understand us as a company and the specific job that they're applying for. I hope that answers. And again, I've got a template for cover letters, which I'm happy to make available. What I'll do is maybe just put together a page on my website where you can download some of my templates, and I'll make that available to Tanya to distribute. Okay, how do you account for a 3-year gap in a CV if the gap was a result of a situation that's beyond your control, for example, illness. Well, I would be very honest about that. If you've had a gap as a result of illness or traveling or taking off time to have children or taking off time to study further, be clear about that. It's what happens is people fill in the gaps with their imagination. Okay, so if you don't tell somebody what a gap is about, they're going to fill that in with their own unconscious bias and their own imagination. If you can say why there's a gap and what you've learned in that gap, what you've achieved in that gap, what you've experienced in that gap, that's better than leaving it empty. Okay, so if you've been ill and you've overcome a very serious illness, you've gone through a life experience. And in that life experience, there are going to be certain things that you've learned and challenges that you've overcome. Talk about that. You don't have to spend a lot of time in your CV emphasizing it, but it's going to come up in an interview. So prepare for how that gap has given you the opportunity to experience other aspects of your life and develop other competencies that maybe aren't directly relevant on the surface of it, but actually make you a more well-rounded human being and somebody who perhaps has more empathy for people who have gone through similar challenges. Arifa, I know you had your hand up at some point. I don't know if you want to ask a question.
No, sorry, that was a mistake.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, then Elizabeth has asked, how does the tracking system work? Okay, so let me go through that again quickly. Basically, the tracking system is software that companies use to scan your CV. And because companies receive thousands of CVs a day, what they are doing is cutting down on the manual work for recruiters. So they program the applicant tracking system with keywords that they're looking for the specific jobs that people are applying for. And the applicant tracking system scans your CV for those keywords and key phrases. If it can't find those key phrases, your CV gets sent to the reject bin. If it can find those phrases, then it gets put into a shortlist pile. And then either goes through another level of scanning, or it goes to a human being who's then going to start looking at it with an intelligent eye. And I say intelligent because the applicant tracking systems are not all that intelligent. They can't distinguish between I have lots of experience and I have plus 5 years experience. They're looking for plus 5 years or a number between, say, 5 and 10. Okay, because they're also not looking for plus 30 years when they want somebody who's got 5 years experience. So they really can't make that distinction. And there's going to be specific words in the job requirements and specific use of language that they've been programmed for. So you may need to tailor your CV to adopt specific language from that particular job requirement to ensure that your CV meets those particular phrasing requirements. Lauren, you've got your hand up. Do you want to say something?
Yes, please. So I just want to say with the ATS, or the applicant tracking system, yes, it goes through a machine. And what a lot of people do, they try to get smart with the system. So you copy the job advert and then you paste it inside your CV and then you turn the text to white, right? So now to the human eye, you can't see it, but it passes through the ATS and you qualify 100% for this job, right? But then it goes to a person which is going to be in HR or recruitment, and they might also not, see that this person actually is not qualified, but you will be caught out in an interview where a technical person sits there. So don't lie on your CV. Whatever you put on there, you need to be willing to prove or defend it. it becomes super embarrassing in an interview. And because the mining industry is so small, people talk. So if you do that at one place, rest assured people are going to find out about it. So rather be honest, especially about experience and gaps, than lie, and you might be shooting yourself in the foot for a different job. So that was the one thing I wanted to say. And then the other thing is just a hint that mining houses are obligated to uplift the community around them. And a lot of people don't use that to their advantage. So if you're applying at a mining house in Delmas and you live in Delmas, put your address on, because it would be more beneficial for them to hire you from Delmas that might not have as much experience as someone else, but use it to your advantage. I'm sure you'll speak about that when it comes to the job adverts. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Thanks, Lauren. And I think that point about localization is incredibly valuable as well. It's certainly not something I emphasize all the time, but anything that is specified in a job advert, if you can respond to it directly, it becomes an asset to you on your CV. Which format is ideal for the applicant tracking system? Word or PDF, it doesn't matter. Both are fine. Are the MSc Word CV templates sufficient to bypass? So if you're talking about the templates that Microsoft Word has for CVs, my suggestion, Kobena, is don't use those, because they sometimes have things in columns and they sometimes have things in colored text boxes, which can confuse the tracking system. So plain and simple. I want to just share my screen and show you exactly what I mean by plain and simple. Okay, so this is plain and simple. It's name and surname, contact details. Like Lauren said, if there's a localization requirement, put where you live. I wouldn't put your exact address, because there's all sorts of issues around where your CV goes and who gets hold of personal information. So I would just say Delmas or Vereeniging or Rustenburg or wherever. And the recruiter can explore further into that if they need to. Then what you want to do is break your CV into a number of different sections. The first 2 sections are really about creating the highlights or the headlines of your career, okay? So you want to focus on what are the key themes of your career to date? What are you doing right now? What knowledge have you gained? Where have you gained your experience? And how much of that experience do you have? Okay, so these first 4 bullets are roughly summarizing key headlines. Currently doing a mining degree, going to be finished when, thesis focuses on X. Okay, have some work experience, focus on at what scale, in what sort of contexts, in what sort of commodities, and the highest level of experience that you've had so far. Okay, then you want to focus on applied skills. So you're going to have various different skills and various different levels of skills. So as I said earlier, you want to focus on, for each of those skills or competencies, what knowledge or certification do you have? To what level have you applied that skill? And in what sort of context have you developed that experience? If you can cover those 3 things for each competence that you've got, you're going to give really good depth to your explanations. Then you want to focus on either, if you have very little work experience, you want to bring your education in first, or if you have more experience than education or more recent experience than education, then focus on your experience. What's important here is to give a sense on who you report to and who reports to you. That gives a sense of, in that organization, how far up the pecking chain are you, okay, or the pecking order are you? Do you report to somebody who makes decisions? And do you have people who you work through, so who you direct and guide to get work done, okay? If you don't, that's absolutely fine. If you are solely responsible for yourself and you have some decision-making responsibility, say that. Then you want to give a sense of the key highlights of that particular position. So if you've worked on a particular set of projects or types of projects in particular geological areas, whether you've had a part in something interesting, something that's challenged you, and if you've made a particular impact, focus on that in a few bullet points per position. Okay, so you do that for each of your positions. Then a few bullet points on your qualifications, a few bullet points on your continued professional development. This has become incredibly important, especially during COVID. A lot of employers want to see that you've taken time to invest in your professional development, plus it's a requirement of most professions. And then any professional affiliations that you've got. So if you're a member of any professional bodies, say so. And if you have a role to play in any of your professional bodies, definitely say so, okay? Volunteering in professional bodies gives you a lot of good experience, and it also builds your network. Plus it gives you access to people who you might not normally have access to. So if you're not volunteering and you don't have a lot of work experience, look for ways to get involved in your professional bodies, because it gives you good working experience that really looks good on your CV. All right, so I've talked almost solidly for an hour. I'm just going to respond to Andrea's question at the bottom here. Do you have to adjust your CV for each position you apply for? My advice would be yes. The more specific you can be for each position, the better, because geology is an entry point into a lot of different types of careers. And if you're applying for quite different types of jobs, you want to have a CV that speaks directly to each of those types of jobs and emphasizes the skills and the experience specific to each of those positions. Okay. All right, so Tanya, I would like to suggest we take a 5-minute break, because I'm sure after a whole hour, everybody would like a short break. And then we can come back and talk about interview prep. So any questions that anybody wants to ask before I move on to interview prep? Okay, all right. So one of the things that I just want to show you is, okay, so looking at the requirements of a position, okay? So you will have all applied for jobs before, but I think one of the traps that we all fall into is we get quite nervous and we forget to actually look at what has been, what's on the wish list of the company or the recruitment manager. And so when you're writing your CV and when you're preparing for an interview, go to the job description, okay? Go to the minimum requirements section. And if there's more information than this, then go to that section as well. But every single job advert is going to give you some clues on what to focus on for your CV and for your interview prep. So if we look here, for instance, at the minimum requirements on this, BSc Honours in Geology. Okay, so that you immediately want to emphasize, do you have this particular degree and more, or do you have something similar? Okay, member of GSSA, well, that's important. So put that on your CV and reference that in your interview. Okay, if you are a member of other bodies as well, talk about that on your CV. So you might also be members of SAIMM or Women in Mining or SACNASP. Focus on that. And as I said earlier, elaborate on whether you have a role in that particular organization. Then it talks about experience in sampling and evaluation. Well, this is a requirement. So focus on giving evidence around your sampling and evaluation experience. Talks about your computer literacy and specifies things like data mine table and various other things. If you've got any experience in any specific software, elaborate on that in your CV. And if you don't have that particular software, at least talk about software that you do have experience in. And then it says here 5 years post-qualification experience. Now, this is a point at which most people go, okay, well, I've only got 3 years, so I'm not going to apply. Okay? Apply anyway, especially if you've had experience volunteering or interning, or you do some sort of work outside of your particular discipline, in your community, in any way. Your experience that might not necessarily be formal experience still contributes if you consider it in a very clever way. And if you focus on the skills and the competencies that you've developed elsewhere, that might be portable. So remember we were talking about the guy who worked at McDonald's. If he left out the McDonald's experience, he's missing out on talking about a whole suite of portable skills that he's developed there, okay? If you incorporate that, experience is still experience, if you know how to apply it with relevance to the organization that you're applying to. So the reason why I'm showing this is clues, these are clues, not just for your CV, but for your interview as well, because interviewers are going to come back here to understand more about how you meet these minimum requirements. So the way that I like to write CVs and to help clients with interview prep is to put these requirements into a table. And then in the next column, so put these in the left-hand column, and in the next column, start writing down tangible evidence of each of these requirements, okay? So if we take sampling and evaluation, for instance, if you put the requirements of having some experience of sampling into the left column, and you then start writing down what's a situation where you've had to do some sampling work, okay? What role did you take? What, if any, challenges did you experience? And what outcomes did you achieve? What impact or outcomes did you achieve? For every single one of those requirements, if you've got 2 or 3 examples prepared of the situation, the role that you played, the actions that you took, and the result of those actions, you've immediately got a whole suite of things to talk about when people ask you about each of those particular competencies, okay? So that would be the first thing that I would suggest you do, is go through your CV, go through the position, and prepare 3 to 5 examples for every single competency and every single requirement that is advertised in that position. Second thing is, and this is obvious stuff, but it's stuff that we often forget. You have to know who's interviewing you. You have to know something about the company. You have to know something about the people that are interviewing you. you have to be able to demonstrate that you are interested enough in that company to have taken the time to get to know what they're about. And the more senior you are in your career, the more you are also interviewing the company. So you need, before your interview, to have gone and done a little bit of homework, at least gone to the company's website, at least got past the first page of the website, understood more about the different departments in that company, what sort of projects they're working on, who their clients are, what sort of, how they're performing at the moment, what other types of skills they recruit for, and whether they're in a growth phase, whether they're in a consolidation phase, whether they're exploring, what they're all about. Because what that's going to do is, firstly, it's going to help you when somebody says to you, so do you want to know more about the company? It's going to help you when their first question is, so what do you know about the company? And I can't tell you how many times I've interviewed people and asked that question, and they've said, I don't actually know anything about this company. There is no faster way to turn off an interviewer than saying you know nothing about the company that's interviewing you. So do the preparation. And the more senior you are in your career, the more you need to do that preparation. A lot of interviews at the moment are taking place online. And I want to ask everybody to just turn your videos on quickly if you can. Because I want to see how you appear online. So just turn your videos on if you don't mind. Okay. All right, I'm waiting for a few more. Okay, so this is great. I'm getting a sense of variety of angles. I'm looking at some people's nostrils. I'm seeing weird backgrounds in some instances. I'm seeing very harsh light in some instances. And for somebody, I'm looking at his chest, not his face. So what's important? A lot of you are going to do online interviews. And if you're not doing online interviews, you're going to be talking online, or you're going to be having meetings online. And you've probably been doing this for over a year now. In an interview, you want to be face on and eyes to the person who's interviewing you. So if your camera is looking up your nose or down on you, or you're facing this screen because you've forgotten your camera's on this screen, it makes it a very uncomfortable experience for everybody. So the first thing, if you haven't done this already, is elevate your computer so that the lens of your camera is at eye level, okay? Because then when you're doing an interview, you're speaking directly to the person. So I'm looking directly into the lens of my camera right now. And that's a very different experience to looking at the bottom of my screen. So if I was talking to Claire, who's at the bottom left corner of my screen at the moment, and I'm looking at her, I feel like I'm having a conversation with her. But for anybody else, it now looks like I'm completely disinterested and I'm not talking to them. But the moment I speak directly into the lens of the camera, it's like I'm having a conversation directly with you. So when you're doing an interview and you're preparing for an interview, if you haven't had a lot of screen time or you're not comfortable being on a screen, start practicing not looking at the screen itself and looking straight into the lens of the camera. And a nice trick for that is if you take the window for, if you're doing this on Zoom, for instance, and you make the window of Zoom as small as possible and you move it right up to the top of your screen, and you then look at the very top of your screen, so maybe not at the lens of the camera, but at the top of the screen where the person is that you're speaking to. So I'm doing that right now. I'm looking at Mighty, and he's at the very top of my screen, and I've made my window very small, so all I'm doing is looking at Mighty. Okay, and you're right directly under the lens of my camera. And it's about as close as I can get to speaking to you and looking at you without looking directly at the lens. And it becomes a much more personal experience than having the window of Zoom the full size of my screen and picking somebody at the bottom of the screen to talk to. So, and it psychologically makes a huge difference for an interview. I think the other thing with interviews is you need to make sure that you've got good Wi-Fi. Okay. I do a lot of sessions with people online who are sitting in an area where they don't have good Wi-Fi, or they've got limited data, or they don't have good sound, or they're sitting outside and I'm hearing more wind than I am hearing their voice. You have to replicate what it would be like sitting in a room face to face with the interviewer. So quiet environment, clean background, wearing what you would wear to a normal interview. Don't pitch up in your pajamas. Somebody else the other day came to one of my sessions in their pajamas. Eyes to the lens of the camera or the very top of the screen. And then make sure that you've got either earphones with a microphone, or that you've got the microphone of your computer as close to your mouth as possible so that your sound is clear. Okay. And sorry, our Zoom's not, oh, okay, never mind. So that's online. And in the same way that you would arrive a little bit early for an interview in person, get online early, test out your microphone, test out your video, make sure that everything's working, make sure that you're in the right place. So the right kind of Zoom room for your interview. Make sure that you are online at least 5 minutes before your interview is due to start. If you don't get let into the waiting room or into the actual room until the interview is due to start, that's fine. Hang out in the waiting room. It's a replica for real life. There is nothing worse than arriving late for your interview, and being late online is just as bad as being late in person. Has anybody here been doing online interviews? Anyone? Okay, Nadira, yes, you did for your current job in Mashao. Do you want to talk to us about your online interviews? What was it like? And Tato, somebody tell us what an online interview was like for you. What went well? What went wrong? What was scary? What was fun?
Hi, sorry, I was trying to unmute.
Okay. All right, Nadira, you go first and then Tato.
Sorry, I came in the wrong moment. I did, for my current job, I did an online interview, and I think they were looking up my nostrils. Fortunately, all the people in the interview were people I'd worked with prior, so I think they were giggling a lot, and it didn't seem to count against me. But yes, I only realized because I battled with the connection, and then one of the interviewers gave me a private Skype and the iPad. Unfortunately, I didn't put it upright. It's a big mistake. You should actually not have it on a desk flat when you're talking. But that was my mistake. Luckily, it did work out for me. So that's all I have to contribute to
Good,
that
well
conversation.
done. But these are all important things. These are things you don't think about until you're actually online. So whether you're doing your interview on your phone, on your computer, on your iPad, make sure that you've got it up as level with your eyes as you possibly can, okay? Because that mimics the experience of speaking to somebody one-on-one. Tato, you've got your hand raised.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks. With me, I don't think it was that bad, and I was not nervous, honestly speaking. So it wasn't so bad, I must really say. And I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Christo, so you say you've done many. Any tips for online interviews?
Hello.
Hi, Christo.
Hi there. Sorry, I just had a bit of a break with the network. I'm not sure if it's the Wi-Fi.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I had a couple of interviews with the Department of Water and Sanitation in various provinces. Well, I did receive a job. I'm just negotiating my salary at this stage, and at this stage, I'm on contract in the department. They actually extended it again. So yeah, while I'm waiting on feedback for my other job that I received, I'll be continuing with my contract as a scientist, because the job I received is actually for an environmental officer. So it's actually 4 levels lower. So I'm negotiating that they at least put it up grade C, just to match the current position I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you and well done.
And it's
all
working
the
in a
best with
certain
that.
sense, but thank you. Well, there is a bit of flaws with virtual meetings, interviews. It's normally dependent on the bandwidth, and because normally what I picked up with some of them, there's always a tendency of not hearing the panel clearly, or the panel can't hear me clearly.
Yeah.
It becomes quite of a challenge, especially if they ask you specific questions. And if normally the questions are interrelated, so if you don't hear the question properly, you tend to utter the same words, or without emphasis on specifics.
Yeah.
So yeah, but if everything is intact, then the interview normally goes quite well, especially if you did your preparation.
Absolutely. And it's, these are important things to raise, is that sometimes you can't hear the person. Okay. And if you fill in the gap and just say what you think they've asked, but you're not actually sure, you may be answering completely incorrectly, or you may not be making sense at all. So ask them to repeat the question. If you can't hear, ask them to type the question into the chat. So
yeah, that's what I normally do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay,
use
thank you.
the technology. Thanks, Krista. Use the technology to help you rather than hinder you. If you can't hear somebody, ask them to type the question into the chat box. Then you've got a moment to have a look at it and actually answer properly. If you don't understand the question, repeat back what you think you've heard so that you can clarify. We all make the mistake of thinking that we need to know exactly what somebody's asked us and jump straight into the gap. And often what we actually need to do is just take a moment to pause, clarify that we understand the question properly. If we don't, take another moment to pause and understand the question and then respond. So make time your asset instead of jumping straight into answering the question immediately. And the same goes for whether you're online or you're in person. Okay, Shoki, you've said you struggle with positioning the mic at an appropriate distance. Sometimes it's too close and it sounds like I'm shouting. Okay, so I try and have the microphone on my computer within kind of probably about half an arm's length, okay? And I try and talk at the same level as I would as if I was talking to somebody in the room. So I think we often kind of fall into the trap of thinking we need to speak louder than we actually do need to. I'm speaking at normal level at the moment as if you were sitting in the room with me, and I'm assuming you can hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear me. If I was, okay, great. So if I wasn't, now I'm actually kind of speaking a lot louder. and I'm really kind of acting as if, well, I'm actually uncomfortable the moment I start to speak louder. But one of the things with speaking and being comfortable online is actually taking more of a breath and trying to drop your voice into your gut. So actually trying to drop down a tone lower and speaking from your gut as opposed to speaking from your throat. Okay. And if you can practice that, actually speaking from your gut, using your gut and your lungs to support your breathing, as opposed to speaking up from your throat, takes a lot of pressure off you, and it makes it a lot easier to be heard credibly as well. So anything else from an online perspective? Somebody's mentioned lighting. Absolutely. You want to have lighting from the front. Okay. Don't want to have a light source coming from either side because it ends up casting a shadow on one side of your face or the other. And you definitely don't want to have light behind you because it turns you into a silhouette. So if that means you need to move your desk to be sitting face onto a window, and it means you need to move everything into a different room, or it means that you need to go and do your interview at a friend's house or at a rented office or wherever it is, you need to invest the time to do that. Okay. You want to make as best an impression as possible in your interview. And while we're doing these interviews online and from home, reorganize your desk so that you can make the best possible impact. Okay. So I often, well, actually, I used to have my desk facing so that my face was kind of lit from one side. And Alan, I'm looking at you at the moment. You've got a shadow on one side of your face, which is not bad because it's not kind of a terribly strong shadow. But as the light changes throughout the day, that shadow is going to get harder. And if you can just make sure that you're facing full onto the light source, it creates the best possible view available. So let's talk about getting to the point. Okay, I talk a lot and I sometimes struggle to get to the point. And I work with a lot of people who are technically brilliant, but want to tell me all the details when we do interview prep. Okay. And I was working with somebody over the weekend who literally could not tell me what she does and what impact she's made. And every time I asked her a question, she spent probably 10 minutes telling me this long story that went around and around and never actually got to the point. And one of the things that recruiters and hiring managers absolutely hate is people who can't get to the point. So practicing getting to the point and telling the recruiter exactly what the impact was, exactly what you did, exactly what the action was, exactly what the impact was, as tangibly as possible, is a really important skill for interview prep. Okay, if you can't explain in 2 or 3 sentences what you do and what you've achieved, somebody's going to lose interest. Okay, Alicia, you say you've got the opposite problem. Okay, so you come across as cold and starchy. That's very funny. Okay, so yes, absolutely. So there's kind of a formula for prepping answers. Okay, somebody's invariably going to say to you, okay, tell me how you've used this skill. All right, and the formula is, in this context, we were experiencing this issue, problem, opportunity, situation. My responsibility was A, B, C, D. I took X, Y, Z action, and the outcome from that was this, okay? And that outcome should be something tangible, okay? So it should be something that you can count. So numbers of, percentages of people, rands, distance, time, volume, risk, complexity. If you can quantify those and you can use that formula. So in this situation, context, opportunity, problem, I was responsible for A, B, C, D. The actions that I took were blah, 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 and the outcome was this. Then you've got a nice formula for being able to pretty quickly get to the point and focus on what you did, how you did it, and what the impact was. So a yes, no answer is never going to be sufficient. And a long kind of 10-minute story is going to be too much. But that formula pretty quickly tells people that you understand what you've done and how that was of relevance and impact to an organization. Okay. Anybody got any questions or comments at this point? Ellen, I know you took yourself off mute at some point. Did you want to say something?
Not at all. When you mentioned about my lighting being from one side, I tried to unmute myself, but it didn't seem to work. So I'm fine. Thanks very much.
Okay.
I say I have difficulty in my study trying to turn my desk around to face the window. So I'm trying to solve this problem by maybe getting some infill lighting from the one side. Do you think that's appropriate?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if you can't or you don't want to turn your desk around, you can absolutely get a second light so that it balances out and counterbalances the shadows.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, the sun obviously moves across the sky. So at the moment I've got nice light coming in, but there's going to be a point later on in the afternoon where it's going to be shining directly in my eyes. Obviously then that's going to be a problem. Or much later in the afternoon, it's going to be starting to come at an angle at me. And so I've got various different lights that I use to kind of counterbalance, or to at nighttime when I'm using artificial light to actually counterbalance the ceiling lights. And so you can, and I use those, you know, those rechargeable,
Right.
it's a rechargeable light for kind of all the load shedding. So I use one of those. I've got two of those that I turn on or off if needs be. So they don't have to.
To solve my problem of having light from the one side, what I sometimes do is close the curtain.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the problem about the study being too dark and having bad quality in that way, rather than having a light in another alternative.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you will get around it. And I would say just having some of those portable lights helps move things around as and when you need to. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions about interviews, or anybody had some experiences with interviews that they want to talk about? Anybody been the interviewer? Lauren, yes, please jump in.
Yes, I was an interviewer last year, and I think what a lot of candidates forget is that the interview is basically a follow-on from the CV that has been given through. And at the start of the CV, there's usually a summary, and people say, oh, I'm passionate, I'm energetic, I'm all of these things. And then they walk into the room and they're slouching and there's just no energy there. So remember that if you say that you're passionate and energetic and all of these things, you've already created an expectation. And when you walk into the room and people ask you to tell them about your, what am I saying now? When they ask you to tell them about yourself, the interview has already started. So it's a test from the start. So if you say you're energetic and all of these things, you have to bring that energy and that vibe before you even open your mouth.
100% agree. And I want to take that a little bit further. I would advise not saying on your CV that you are passionate and energetic and hardworking and enthusiastic, because those are all really hard to quantify on a CV. Use your personality and your energy in the interview to demonstrate that you are passionate and enthusiastic and energetic. Use your CV to quantify your knowledge, skills, and experience. Okay. So if you say you're passionate, you're going to have to give me a very tangible example on your CV about what you're passionate about. So every single time you say, I am, I have, you need to be able to give an example of that. But as I say, your CV is about your knowledge, skills, and experience. Your interview is about adding to that, giving the interviewer the opportunity to ask you questions that elaborate not just on your CV and on your work experience, but also elaborate on who you are as a person. So what you value, how you engage with people, how you communicate, how you advocate for yourself, how confident you are, how you speak, whether your communication style is going to be appropriate for that organization, whether you're going to be able to engage with their stakeholders in a way that represents their brand. And so when you come to the interview, that's the opportunity to show your behaviors and your personality in a way that's relevant to that organization. It's also an opportunity to show your level of professionalism. So I'm seeing Kamagelo's question here about appearance, hairstyle, clothing, tattoos, etc. Good morning, Kamagelo. And absolutely, your interview, whether it's in person or online, is your opportunity to show how you fit within the organization, okay? And so you need to appear at your interview in clothes that are appropriate to that organization. And my suggestion is, if it's a very informal organization, always aim to be dressed one notch up, okay? So for an interview, it's a formal experience, okay? Even if you know their dress code is very informal, it doesn't mean pitch up for the interview in informal clothes. There you want to be a notch up from jeans and t-shirts. So if it's jeans and t-shirts kind of organization, then wear chinos and a button shirt, and whatever the equivalent would be for women. If it's a suit and tie organization, you definitely need to appear in a suit and tie. If it's anything in between, just make sure that you know what the kind of dress code is for that organization. Sometimes organizations are quite explicit about their dress code, and sometimes they're not. If you know people at that organization, ask them what's appropriate in this company. And if you don't, then go with normal kind of work formal clothing, okay? Always make sure that your hair for women, your makeup, etc., are neat and slightly understated. And when it comes to tattoos, I personally don't care about people's tattoos. That's a personal thing, but I wouldn't suggest that you have all your tattoos on display in an interview. Get to know the organization before you start showing your tattoos. So if you do have tattoos on your arms, just wear a long sleeve shirt. But if you know it's an organization where everybody's got tattoos, well, I'm not suggesting hide them, but I am suggesting just being a little bit toned down for the interview and then getting to know what's appropriate in the organization. If you're in an advertising organization, some of this stuff would go out the window. But the mining industry is fairly conservative, and until you're proven otherwise, go with slightly conservative. I hope that answers your question, Kamagelo. Arifa, you've said here, what's the best way to answer well a very difficult question? Arifa, please tell us. Give us an example of a very difficult question.
Good evening, it's Akona.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay, so give us your question.
Let me say maybe they are in the interview, they are asking a scenario case where they are expecting you to answer how do you handle a situation, but they are specific that what kind of situation they are looking from you that you can answer well. So you probably maybe you are not sure whether is it a technical scenario case they are looking, or it's just maybe let me say maybe a leadership skill they are looking. Some sort of not quite clear what kind of an answer you can give.
So anytime you're unclear on the question, ask for clarity. That would be my first suggestion. If you're not clear on what they're asking, unpack the question with them and ask them to clarify that you understand it correctly. If you ever answer a question without actually knowing what they're asking, it's going to be very difficult to answer it meaningfully and competently. So first things first, buy yourself a little bit of time by asking for clarity on the question, okay? Once you have paraphrased the question back to them and they've said, yes, that's what we're asking, hopefully by that stage, you've had a little bit of time to process what's being asked for and you've got an answer in mind, okay? But there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking a few minutes or few moments to get clear on what people are asking for first, okay? If there are two ways to answer it, so there's a technical way to answer it and perhaps there's a leadership and management way to answer it, well, there's nothing wrong with contextualizing and saying, I think there are two ways to answer this. One is around how I would address this technically, and the second is how I would address this from a management perspective. And I'm going to start with the technical or the management approach and then move on to the next, okay? So then you're demonstrating that you can see there are multiple ways of answering this, and you are either going to address both, or you're going to say, I'm choosing to respond to this from a technical perspective for X, Y, and Z reasons. Third thing I want to say is, if you really don't have the answer, it's more important to say, I don't know, but I'm going to get back to you after this interview, than to jump into the breach and make up something that isn't true or actually demonstrates that you don't know anything. Rather say, I don't know, but I want to take time to do the research and come back to you, than make up something that is going to be incorrect. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. Alicia, is there a formula for answering what are your weaknesses? Strengths are relatively easy to mention. Weaknesses either highlight deficiencies or sound like bragging. Okay, so if somebody says to you, what are your weaknesses? They're basically wanting to get a sense of how self-aware are you? And what are you learning and what are you doing about your weaknesses? We all have weaknesses, so there is nothing wrong with saying, that you have weaknesses. But it's really important, and so my formula for this is to say, I have this weakness, and I've seen this come up in these sort of situations, and I'm actively working on it in this particular way. Or I compensate for it by doing this, okay? So I have a weakness in being able to handle data, okay? So I'm a very big picture person. I really struggle with too much information and too much data, but I handle that in two ways. I know that when I have to do stuff that's very detailed, that I need to have a quiet space and a good couple hours set aside so that I can focus. So I only work on detailed data-orientated work when I've got a morning clear and the room to myself. If I am interspersing detailed work with coaching sessions and creative work, I really struggle with the detailed work. So I carve out time to work on that specifically. Okay, so that's me telling you, I'm aware that I have a weakness. I'm aware that there are ways for me to get around this weakness, and this is how I deal with it. Alicia, does that help? Alicia, just let me know if that answered your question. Yes, okay, good. All right, excellent. So, any other questions or any other comments? Anybody else got some wisdom to share from interviews that they've been in, either as the interviewee or as the interviewer? Andrea, travel safely. Thanks for coming, and good luck with the taxis. That sounds like it's not going to be too much fun. All right, Tanya, I feel like I'm kind of done. Oh, Prince has got a question. What sets you apart? How do you answer this question without sounding generic? Prince, come, let's chat. Put your microphone on and let us talk about what sets you apart.
Hello, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. So the question is mostly directed because I was asked it, and when I went for an intern job, and then they were like, what sets you apart from the rest of the candidates that we have here? And I was finding a really difficult time answering that question because it sounds like a comparative question, or you have to answer it by comparing yourselves to people you don't actually know or people you haven't met. Okay. So what's the best way around that question that doesn't come off as generic with I'm hardworking and I'm enthusiastic?
Okay. Well, tell me something that you've achieved that you're really proud of.
Well, I'm a recent graduate, so maybe graduating, and also when the little experience that I have when I went for a contractual work, which was for about 3 months. The geologist that I was working for was, he was saying he was really proud of the way I'd handled things and the way I'd seamlessly lived into the industry itself. So yeah, I think that's
okay.
That's on the list.
All right. So graduating doesn't set you apart because all the other recent graduates have graduated too, but having some work experience might set you apart, okay? So there might be other people who've had work experience too. So now we want to talk about the quality of that work experience. And you've already pointed out that your supervisor said that you very seamlessly got involved and made it easy to work with you. So that might be one point in your favor, okay? Tell me about a challenge that you've had in your life. Doesn't have to be work related. Tell me about a challenge that you've overcome.
A challenge that I've overcome. Oh yeah. Let me think about, okay, it was during the internship program again, when we had to report for work and there was an emergency there. And so the main geologist that was supposed to be there and doing that interview, that meeting with the management board and wasn't present, but yet they needed that technical report. And then I had to call him and tell him that they need the report, and he was like, "Oh, you have to go and do it." And I felt like I was, that was just a big challenge. And yet I managed to go through and presented what we had done. And yeah, it's one of the first things that came to mind.
Okay, very nice. So I've heard a few things now. I've heard that you've had some work experience and that you very quickly and seamlessly integrated into the organization and made it easy for people to work with you. And that when a problem came up that meant somebody else couldn't present the report that needed to be presented, you stepped in and presented the report. So what that says to me is that you are pretty comfortable at troubleshooting and stepping into the breach when people need help, and that you are creative in how you solve problems, and that if somebody needs help, you're not shy to jump in and help, even if it's the first time you're doing something. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that I never thought of it that way, but yeah, that's a way of bringing that.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah,
So that sounds to me like you set yourself apart. I want to challenge you to, and this is for everybody, write down 10 things that you've achieved that you think distinguish you from everybody else that you know. Okay? And like Michael says in the comments, you need to be confident in talking about yourself. Okay? So one of the easiest ways to be confident and to advocate for yourself is to have a list of facts. Okay? Nobody can dispute the facts. When you speak from emotion, it's very easy to say, oh, I can't say that. I need to kind of be humble. That's kind of me showing off. But when you have the facts, okay, so fact number one, so I'm talking about facts for myself, okay? Fact number one, I'm leading the Women in Mining Mentoring Group, okay? That's a fact, nobody can dispute it. There are 42 women in my group, that's a fact, nobody can dispute it. That sets me apart in that I'm the only coach in South Africa who's running a mentoring group of 42 women in mining. That's a fact, okay? That gives me experience. Focus on the facts and present those facts factually and unemotively, and it's going to be a really good start to advocating for yourself. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. Sitishlilelo, I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. I think I've just ruined it completely. Please say your name for us.
It's Sitilelo. It's a bit of a mouthful.
It's a beautiful name. It's
Sitilelo. My question is, I've been working in the archaeology, paleontology, and meteorite unit for the SA Heritage Resources Agency.
Okay.
And I'm finding it a bit difficult to use my experience or the knowledge that I've gained or my skills that I've gained in that setting in my application to the mining and the geological sector. So what I do basically is we review reports for mostly mining and all other developments, and we would review the heritage side of it, This would include your geological reports, paleontological, your archaeological reports, and so I also have a bit of experience in, well, not experience, but knowledge of the NPRDA and some other policies. So how do I take all of that and just put it in my CV and present it for a job in the mining sector?
So my first question to you is, what kind of job in the mining sector? Because it all depends on what sort of job you're aiming for.
Oh, I hold a BSc in applied geology and honors in geology.
Okay.
And yeah, then I have the 3 years experience in the archaeology, paleontology, and meteorite unit of heritage sector. So yeah, so that's what I have, and what I wanted to do from the get-go was to just go into the mining sector as a geologist. But I happen to gain this experience, but I also want to be able to use it in the mining sector. Or how do I present it as something that a company can benefit from, or something that I can use in the company, the type of skills that I've got.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. You've got qualifications as a geologist, but you don't have the work experience as a geologist. But you've got work experience in archaeology and paleontology and reviewing reports and making sense of reports and making recommendations. So you've got some portable skills that are going to be relevant no matter what industry you work in and no matter what work you do. So the first thing I would focus on is those portable skills, okay? And those relate to reviewing reports, writing reports, communicating recommendations, analyzing information, and so on, okay? And that you can communicate in your CV, irrespective of the industry and the background, okay? Focus there, because those are going to be skills that you will need as a geologist in the mining industry or in any position that you work in if you move into the mining industry. Then focus on your certifications, okay? And then I would focus on any other experience that you've got that's related to mining. So for instance, when you review these archaeology reports, they're going to be from different contexts. So maybe talk about the different contexts in which you've reviewed reports. Are these for new mines? Are they for existing mines? Are they for exploration projects? Have they been as part of a resettlement project? What sort of context? So that's going to start giving a sense of the different types of experiences that you've had in relation to mining. But my key point here is focus on anything that's portable from one job to another first, and then qualifications that you've got, and then the language of the industry that you're familiar with. I hope that helps.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Can I answer this one last question here? It's about salary expectations. So if somebody asks you your salary expectations and they ask to see your payslip, you don't have to give anybody your payslip, and your payslip ties you to the salary that you're working for right now, which may be underpaid, it may be overpaid, it may be completely market related. Okay. If if you've got salary expectations, you need to make sure that those expectations are relevant to the job that you're applying for. If you know people who have similar jobs, do just a little bit of a survey with your friends and people in your network to get a sense of what you can expect for particular jobs, so that you're pitching your expectations at the right level. Be very careful about pitching your expectations linked to your pay slip at the moment. And rather, depending on what level you are in an organization, rather state that you're open to negotiating a market-related salary than pitching something specific or tying it back to your current salary, because you may very well disadvantage yourself and actually cut out the opportunity to negotiate. So if you're not sure what to expect, you need to do a little bit of homework and ask people in the industry what you can expect. And then just be clear that you're open to negotiating a market-related salary. That puts some onus on the employer to give a sense of the salary expectations. But I know there are a lot of people who get stuck in positions where their salary is not moving and they have to leave their jobs in order to shift their salary upwards. You just need to be very careful about giving your pay slip to somebody, because it immediately gives them the opportunity to tie it back to what you're currently earning rather than what is market relevant.
Yeah, no, this is, I've come to quite enjoy presenting at this, at the GeoSkills workshop, just to share, some knowledge with regards to what is sort of to be known out in the survey industry. So not to waste any time, the presentation was put together by myself from represent Institute of Mine Surveyors, and then Alex Bals, who is then also connected to the South African Geomatics Council. So let's kick off immediately. Okay, so definition of mine surveying. Okay, so mine surveying is a branch of mining science and technology. It includes all measurements, calculations, and mapping, which serve the purpose of ascertaining the document information at all stages from prospecting to exploitation, and then utilizing the mineral deposits on surface and underground. And then a sort of a definition as penned by the International Society for Mine Surveyors is the interpretation of the geology of mineral deposits in relation to the economic exploitation thereof. That has, as you can see on the footnote, that has moved into the realm of the geologists and is not really a part of the survey function anymore. Okay, the investigation, negotiation of mineral mining rights and management of that, recording and calculations of surveying measurements for spatial and planning reconciliation purposes, establishment of physical mining geospatial network, including beacons and mining cartography, monitoring of the structural effects of mine workings on the surface and underground, mine design, planning, work scheduling, reconciliation of as mined with plan, and then mine planning in the contents of local environment and subsequent rehabilitation. So this presentation does sort of center around what is essentially on, on the mine, and then more so in terms of from a geological exploration point of view and where the surveyor fits in, and then just touching some of the other survey topics as well. So we fall under the Geomatics Profession Act of 19 of 2013, and basically what the act does, it legalizes and puts a vehicle in place, where the profession can be transformed. It does pull together all the different survey disciplines, so that people have to conform to some sort of regulation and some sort of structure. I'm not going to spend much time on this one, but it is the vehicle, and it is promulgated, in law by government. Then, just to give an idea, the 6 branches of surveying that are currently there, we have some photogrammetric surveys, hydrographic surveyors, GIS practitioners, mine surveyors, engineering and topographic surveyors, and land surveyors. So those are the main branches that that constitute the survey profession. And obviously, depending in what field you're working in, you would either come into contact with some or maybe even all of these surveyors in the course of your career. Just to give you an idea of the mine surveying involvement during a mining life cycle. So it basically starts right out from the beginning. The geologist, the exploration geologist that is out in the field looking for deposits, looking for possible mineralization, they will be working off a plan. So that plan came into being somewhere along the line, either from aerial photography, physical surveying on the ground, or wherever. So in a mining life cycle, right in the beginning, definitely in the prospecting phase, targeting, picking up any structures or anything that the geologist might be identifying that needs to be put on a plan. As you go forward, you move into your feasibility studies, which also involves quite a bit of survey work in preparing plans, designs, and so forth. And then obviously moving into the from the designing into the building and the operating phase, where survey plays a huge role in determining life of mine models, involved in the ore reserve estimations, the reconciliation of production, for production figures, financial calculations, financial reporting, and then right through the end to even into the closing part of the mine, where rehabilitation plays a very big role in terms of your closure plans that need to be submitted in conjunction with your environmental people. So it really spans the whole mining life cycle, and with various aspects, either more or less important. Then also on the mine, it is a legal appointment in terms of the Mine Health and Safety Act, and it falls under competent person. It says in the case of an underground mine or an open cast mine where blasting take place, there will be basically a competent person which is in the possession of a mine survey certificate of competency. That's an exam that is still administered by the department, that one has to write and pass, and just to be able to sort of give you your license to qualify, especially in the mine surface or underground mining environment. Then breaking it up, a lot of what surveyors do, apart from the normal run-of-the-mill, the work also entails gathering information which is critical to safety and health. This is just an example of a plan on the left-hand side showing a sinkhole in relation to underground workings. This will be coupled with geology and other data in order to put out to the production people, where there are possible hazards, to warn mining not to mine into those areas, and to obviously generally be quite safe. And the one on the right-hand side is sort of a depiction of a surface pit area with some areas where there are various risk ratings, and that type of the type of surveys involved in putting out from a safety health point of view, slope stability, monitoring underground for safety, doing surface subsidence monitoring, especially in your coal mines. That can take place through quite a wide range of media or technology that's available today. The slide that you're looking at currently, it's done by satellite, radar interferometry, and the level of precision that can be picked up here is right up to 2 millimeters of accuracy. So this is a fairly constant monitoring that takes place, and each time the satellite passes, it picks up variation. So it'll pick up variation in mainly Z elevation and also your XYs to determine if there's ground movement. And it just shows you how far technology has evolved to bring in satellites. Like satellites get used for exploration purposes and virtually anything nowadays. This is just some idea of the data that gets gathered, and it runs according to the the data that is received from the satellite that gets monitored, and the whole idea here is not to be reactive, but really to be proactive in terms of determining if there is going to be an event that might be triggered. That you can actually get people out to safety, get equipment out to safety, and that type of thing. Then furthermore, something maybe less high tech, but nonetheless, this is just an indication of some of the equipment that's used currently at Venetia Diamond Mine. On the open pit, they have a network of these survey stations around the pit, fully automated, relaying real-time data back to a control room. And then there's some targets that have been fitted either on the roadways or the ramps, or on strategic points along the high wall, which then are also monitored up to millimeter accuracy. And then again, it's to be able to detect any ground movement that might result in an event. One of the little graphs you can see in it, where it's sort of been exaggerated, there's a 3 millimeter movement, over a 40-hour period. So that's to the type of accuracies that this equipment can actually monitor to, and then be utilized in terms from a health and safety point of view, to protect people and equipment at the end of the day. Then just to step off into the exploration side of things, and just to give sort of a bit of an index, we look at the importance of the survey function to exploration, geospatial framework for exploration work, understanding the coordinate reference system, understanding directional measurement, your survey equipment, limitations of handheld GPS units, borehole collar surveys, downhole surveys, documenting and capturing of survey results, the geologist's role during surveys. And then I've just popped in some slides after the common survey challenges, just to show what new technology is available out there in the survey field nowadays. Obviously, starting with the importance of a survey function, because I think, as all of you would realize, one of the most important functions in starting up a big project or a big venture is the exploration work and the exploration drilling that is done up front. One can sort of tick off a couple of instances where huge projects were kicked off with very sparse geological exploration data, which then turned out to be huge financial disasters. So one can never sort of underlie the importance of having your geological data, your exploration data accurately referenced, accurately surveyed, and then obviously properly given up into the geological models, which are then used to determine long-term projects spanning 50, 100 years, with billions of dollars. So in terms of that, the geologists rely on the survey function to determine the exact spatial position of geological features, which are observed from borehole information, field mapping, aerial surveys, geophysical surveys, trenching, and underground observations. And then to determine the spatial position of the activities in relation to the farm, mine, and prospecting boundaries, underground workings, surface and subterranean structures as well. So all in this forms a package at the end of the day, which gives the geologist and the ensuing project team the data and the information they need to be able to prepare accurate geological models. And one needs to know where you are. Big issues have ensued where people might have ventured onto properties which do not belong to them, or which do not form part of the exploration site, and that can create quite a lot of issues on its own. Then with regards to also the geospatial framework for exploration work, and that sort of underpins everything. Without a geospatial framework, yes, you can reference yourself with regards to, with the GPS and so on, but at the end of the day, you need to know where you are, where you're busy, exploration activities are taking place, so that you can reference everything from a spatial point of view. Then just as important is to understand the coordinate referencing system. This slide talks to how grids, and maybe shows how the grid systems work, the units of the grid system, intervals, meters or degrees or seconds, a reference datum. If the mine they are working on is a locally declared coordinate system, it is critical the geologist knows the difference between the local and official South African coordinate reference systems, what the implications are for using the incorrect system, borehole drills on wrong properties, error in geological modeling, how to select the correct coordinate system and datum on the handheld GPS unit, to ensure surveys are conducted on the correct coordinate system, how to identify data incorrectly surveyed or converted due to the locally declared coordinate system. So South Africa has gone from the Cape Geodetic datum to WGS, with the datum being RTBS hook, which is, it sort of fits into a world coordinate system for referencing. But obviously, being out in the field in different countries, one should always be cognizant that what you are seeing on the plans, the coordinate data that you might be referencing to, is not necessarily linked to an international system. It might be a localized system. So be sure you know what you are working with, in order to be able to transfer that data into a recognized and acceptable coordinate system at the end of the day. Also understanding the directional measurement convention. For example, in the southern hemisphere, 0, on our plans and stuff, 0 is south, 180 degrees north. Obviously, the opposite for the northern hemisphere. This is critically important when interpreting survey results such as downhole surveys, as it can result in the geologist giving an instruction to direct the borehole 180 degrees in the wrong direction. This can have impacts such as holding into underground workings, not intersecting the targeted area of an ore body, and or incorrectly modeling the geological data. Some packages of the software based on northern hemisphere and will require correcting of the data to ensure the correct interpretation and plotting of this information. So that comes down to also knowing your equipment. Some of the equipment that will be used out in the field, geologists will often accompany the survey team during surveys requested by the geologist and will be exposed to the survey equipment. It's beneficial for the geologist to understand the general workings of the equipment, especially if she needs to assist with a survey. Example, moving a repeater station or assisting with a setup. The survey should give the geologist an overview of the typical equipment and its workings. You have obviously a GPS base station, a rover unit, a repeater station, marking stakes, peaks, and tape measures to measure certain distances to give you accurate Z elevations. What we also have out there, obviously, is there's a huge range of handheld GPS units. Nowadays, we've got them in our cell phones, and they basically is just wherever, and they're quite pretty handy tools to have, and a lot of them can measure coordinates up to quite a accurate accurate determination. And it's just good to know that the unit, if you're using a unit like that to do sort of initial exploration work out there, to pick up some mapping features and stuff like that, is that just understand the limitations of the equipment that you're working with. So that is not finite. So basically, at the end of the day, once your borehole is pegged properly, you can use it for sighting it in a sort of a general sighting. But once you need accurate pegging and then the accurate picking up of the collar position of your borehole, that the surveyor is brought in and the right equipment is used at that stage. Okay, on completion of the borehole, the collar position will be surveyed by the survey department or a surveyor, so that the collar certificate can be issued. Critical that the survey be conducted as the borehole's positions have been moved after being staked out, or the position coordinates could have been recorded with a handheld GPS unit. An inaccurate Z coordinate has its obvious implications, which will impact the structural modeling of the ore body. Implications of inaccurate X and Y may not be fully appreciated. For example, in a steeply dipping ore body, a minor discrepancy on X and Y can have a result and a significant elevation error when modeling the ore body. Failure to ensure that the borehole positions are officially surveyed by a professional surveyor will result in a significant audit finding during the audit of the mine's mineral resource statement. And that is something that we are picking up lately in terms of audits, especially the audits of our year-end mineral resource reserve statements and those processes. Auditors are really digging down into various aspects of the whole process, your exploration process, your physical underground sampling, the building of your geological models and that type of thing. And it is because once the stuff gets out into the public domain and it is being used for for financial calculations, probable mergers and acquisitions or buyouts, that information becomes cardinal to that whole process, and it has to be accurate. What we also then have in terms of apart from determining your collar elevation and the coordinates, downhole surveys are being done. One just to determine, obviously direction, amount of deflection, and so on. But this equipment also, there's a whole range of equipment which can do various downhole work in terms of picking up different structures, structure methodologies in terms of that. So boreholes are never drill perfectly straight. There's always some deviation encountered during drilling. Downhole surveys must be conducted to determine the trace of the borehole so that the exact coordinates of geologic features can be modeled. The geologist needs to be able to correctly interpret these surveys and understand the convention of the survey, especially the directional measurement convention. If the geologist incorrectly interprets the survey results, it can result in the borehole information being incorrectly modeled by 180 degrees. This can have significant implications. The geologist must consult the survey department when issuing survey instructions and interpreting the survey results. So never underestimate the accuracy of your downhole survey. For example, what we've done, we've drilled pilot holes, long pilot holes for raise bores, to do some underground raise boring for ventilation shafts. We've had deflection where we've used downhole survey equipment to determine that deflection, because that could be, depending on the amount of deflection, could be very costly to develop to that position to go and pick up the end of the hole. And we've also had instances where some of that data was incorrectly interpreted, and the end of the pilot hole was looked for in the wrong direction. So again, it's a lot of time that's wasted, and a lot of money that gets spent in these type of operations as well. Resource definition, the downhole borehole survey. Purpose of the downhole survey is to determine the 3D path which your drill hole described in the rock, which is then georeferenced to all your structural mapping in space. It's best done using gyroscopic instruments, although electromagnetic and optical instruments are still in use. Accompany this by some acoustic scanner or optical televiewer work, which is used to map structures and rock fabrics. Again, just as survey instrumentation has evolved, this type of instrumentation has evolved. A lot of it has been around for quite a while, but it does give the geologist a lot of information to be able to build a very reliable model. But then again, if the borehole direction is not interpreted correctly, all this information could just point you in the wrong direction. Some reasons for the survey to check the work. This is especially long holes. Everybody would know, some boreholes traverse, well over 1,000-meter depths. So it's slow, repetitive work. 600 meters could take up to 12 hours. Generally poorly done by operators, which aren't surveyors. They don't understand the essence of being accurate. Separation errors go unnoticed that could affect your modeling. And then the standard 10-meter aerosphere at 1,000-meter depth, and then no understanding of the calibration and statistical analysis. So there are companies out there that specialize, survey companies that specialize in downhole surveys, and at the end of the day, whatever money going to spend is money well spent in that space, to get the right person with the right equipment to do this type of work at the end of the day. Obviously, then there comes to the documentation and the capturing of the information. Equally as important as the logging of a borehole, that has to take place. Your survey information should also stand up to scrutiny and to audit. So you have to ensure that there is some sort of certification in place, which then ensures gives you the coordinates of the surveyed borehole, whichever other detail or info is needed in terms of the instrument used, the coordinate system, your GPS control point, and whichever other data might be necessary in order to tie that borehole to a specific point out in the field. Because invariably what happens years later, the only stuff that remains is your borehole survey certificates, your logging of your borehole, and perhaps then the physical core, which one can go back. The rest is as people that were involved with that have moved on. It's years later. So the accuracy and the record keeping of your data is obviously of utmost importance. There's a geologist's role during surveys. The geologist should accompany the surveyor when the survey has been conducted. Geologists must ensure all permissions are in order for requested survey. The surveyors cannot be expected to conduct a survey which may be on private property without prior permissions having been raised with the landowner. I'm sure some people have had experience of that type of thing and the trouble that you can get yourself into. The geologist may be required to assist during the survey. Sometimes it's difficult. The terrain is quite difficult. There's equipment that need to be carried. So the whole team has to pitch in and then and give some assistance. The geologist remains ultimately responsible for the survey results of their requested surveys. The geologist is responsible for conducting over-inspections, ensuring controls are in place to identify possible errors in the survey results, such as any typing errors or incorrect coordinate reference systems that are being used. As the end of the surveyed information, geologists must ensure adequate controls are in place for the correct interpretation, capturing, and storing of the survey information. Some of the challenges that are encountered, and obviously there's numerous, depending where your exploration surveys are conducted, which country, which part of the country, the terrain, and various other factors that can influence that. And then obviously one has to also appreciate that the equipment that you're using in this case has also certain limitations. If the area is not conducive to good to good signals from satellites to be able to use GPS, it could require that surveys are brought in with manual traversing, which can take time. But there is some new technology which obviously has gone a great way in starting to help this and sort this out. And that's in the form of drones or any other sort of fixed wing, photogrammetry or other survey methods. So and one thing which should never underestimate is actually the last point here is, batteries can run out, equipment malfunctions can occur, the survey equipment may be in for servicing, which can delay or defer surveys. So these things need to be planned well in advance. And obviously, there's nothing as frustrating as being out in the field and your equipment runs out of battery life. So and lessons learned in that space. Then, just to sort of wrap up, there's a huge amount of new technology that's become available in the marketplace. One of them is scanners. I've just put some images up here. The little one, it's a GeoSlam handheld scanner. You can actually walk while you're scanning, and it'll pick up your survey reference points along the way if you've put them in. High degree of accuracy, to pick up stuff. We've actually done on one of our mines, we've actually looked at the ability to use scanning technology on the faces to map geological structures, and some of that is starting to prove quite successful, which obviously assists the geologist having to do underground mapping greatly. The time that you save in transferring that data onto plans, into a 3D model, makes things so much quicker and so much more accurate at the end of the day. Then the other one is a big scanner, obviously used on surface, which is a very high resolution of accuracy and sort of near real-time picture accuracy. The picture on the right-hand side is a scan that we did from a crosscut into an ore pass with that little handheld scanner, and you can see the distance and sort of the resolution that you get with this type of equipment. It's absolutely phenomenal. Furthermore, and I mean, everybody sort of understands and knows about drones these days. What apart from just the nice pictures you can take or the nice videos, drone technology has been now being utilized in anything that you can think of, any application that you might think of, on the mines, in the agriculture field, for geological surveys, anything that you can think. If you can get the equipment there, you can be able to use it. We've actually the Helios drone on the left-hand side that's got that sort of protective cage around it. We've actually tested that underground in an ore pass to do an ore pass scan very successfully, and we obviously ideal to access places where it's not safe to go into, and to be able to pick up any data that you want, data related to maybe rock engineering, geology, survey, structures, whatever it is. And then there's even you can even now buy yourself a little submersible drone, which you can deploy like a little submarine underwater to do some picture taking for you and stuff like that, which is obviously probably ideal to use in quarries filled with water as a recreational tool, or even as a tool to in the industry that you are involved in. So that's just an overview of some of the technology that's out there, which revolutionizes all our disciplines, be it geology, be it survey, be it rock engineering, be it ventilation, underground, surface, wherever you are. The big issue is the person that takes ownership of technology like this and makes it work for them in their discipline, obviously will have the advantage at the end of the day. And so there's always that something new, that something challenging out there, which takes us away from the conventional at the end of the day, and then but really puts us this new technology in our hands, and what we're then able to do with it in terms of providing data for whatever it is in the industry that you are busy servicing. So that in a nutshell is the my presentation at the end of the day. And I think one thing that we cannot and must not underestimate is the okay, what happened? Yeah, sorry, let's share screen. No, I think I'm still there. Is the work that is being done, and especially from an exploration view, is to never underestimate the importance of that work and the accuracy that one should attain. And therefore, I think it's also important that if you are not the expert in the process or the service that you require, get the person that is the expert to deliver that service for you. Okay. All right. And I think that is me.
Leon, thank you very much. You surveyors get the coolest toys to play with.
The thing is, now you see that's where the issue comes in, Tanya. It's available for everybody. You know, for whoever wants to make use of that technology, you know, they can only broaden their horizons. It's not defined, you know, to either being a survey tool or a rock engineering tool or a geology tool. You know, it's out there for everybody to use. And I think the what's exciting is, you know, is the opportunities that it brings to all our disciplines. You know, what we can do with it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Nonkululeko Mabuza. Everyone calls me Nonku. I am a graduate from the University of the Witwatersrand. I graduated in 2009. I don't know if that's still relevant to my CV. It's been 11 years. So I've been in industry for about now 11 years. So I'm a qualified mining engineer and I am a mine manager right now. I work for Impala Platinum. I work for Implats. Impala is actually in Rustenburg. So I'm a mine manager at one of the operations in Rustenburg, currently working at a project shaft. What that means is we've now sunk the shaft, we started our workings and we are busy, we're at build-up phase. So I'm currently one of 3 mine managers in a 6,000 operation. In a 6,000 people operation, and we are doing conventional drilling and blasting, mining, breast mining. So I'll explain some of these terms as I go through the presentation so that we understand each other better. So that's briefly my background. I graduated, came into Impala, started as a graduate. So I went into the graduate program. And then I got my blasting ticket in 2013, I think it was. And I then took charge of a group of people as a miner. I was then appointed as a shift supervisor. That's then when you take charge of a group of miners. And then I was then appointed as a mine overseer or mine captain, where I was in charge of about, I think it was 400 people at the time. And I was then appointed as a mine manager about 2 years ago, as the first female mine manager actually for Impala. So that was something to be proud of, I guess. So that's just briefly my background. But feel free to please pop in any questions on the chat or hold them till the end, and we will then have a small discussion before I exit. So what is mining? So historically, mining has always been, the definition has always been around extraction of minerals from the earth, which is, you know, all fair and good. But lately, or in my experience, I'd say that what mining actually is the people extracting ore safely from the earth, because you can have the big shafts, you can have all your infrastructure, you have your ore body where you have your ore body, but without actually enabling people to go down, if it's an underground mine, to go underground to extract that, that ore body and come out safely, you will not be able to operate in the current landscape in South Africa or anywhere in the world for that matter. So what mining is, or what I manage day to day, I actually manage people more than I manage the resource. Obviously there's controls to manage the resource, but I'll discuss that in a little bit more detail much later. My emphasis here is that what is very important is people and their safety. And you will see that when we, in this next slide. I was asked to talk briefly about the Mine Health and Safety Act, which it's like, think of it as a governing body really for the mining industry at large in South Africa, where its main aim is the prevention of injury and disease, where it requires the employers and employees to be able to identify, to eliminate, to control, and to minimize risk to health and to safety. So for those who have been in industry or who are in an operation right now, I think you'd be familiar with section 22, 23, and 83. 54 and 55. And the reason why I put these here is I think it's probably the most talked about sections when it comes to the Act, because historically the governing body, as I like to call it, was not very stringent on the employer and in his or her responsibility towards employees, and employees were not really given much power, I'd say, or power or discretion to be able to exercise their rights. They were written in fine print somewhere, but people were not very vocal about what is the employees' rights when it comes to their own health and safety. So Section 22 speaks about it's every employee's, I as an employee, I have got a right to a health and safety environment, and I'm responsible for myself and for my fellow employees. Section 23 speaks about, as an employee, you have got the right to leave a dangerous working. Section 83 speaks about, as an employee, I have got the right not to be discriminated against should I exercise my rights according to the Mine Health and Safety Act. And Section 54 and 55 speaks primarily about the inspector's powers. So we've got the DMR where inspectors sit. They then come onto the operation to do the routine audits, or maybe let's say your safety stats or lost time injury frequency rate is a bit high and they're aware of it. They then come and do their inspections, and based on those inspections, they can either stop an operation because of breaches to the regulation, or they can fine the operation based on deviations from the regulations. So the Mine Health and Safety Act, I think over the years has really, it has morphed into a governing body that speaks directly to the employer as well as the employees. And it outlines very well what must be in place from the employer side in ensuring health and safety. And what it also does is it outlines what is important in terms of employees exercising and being vocal in matters of health and safety that affect them directly at the face. So what it does is it enables both parties, it's actually not just the employer and the employees, as well as our existing trade unions, to be able to have a platform that allows everyone to be vocal about what actually needs to be in place to create an environment that is conducive for people to be able to conduct their work safely. So it's very important. And I think, so this is not just for the miners, you know, it's for every single individual who steps on an operation to be aware of, as for example, as a mine manager, what are my responsibilities to my employees? And that's very clearly defined in the Act. Not so much for, let's say, geologists, but as technical support. There's certain things that need to be in place. And I think Leon did mention some of them. From a survey perspective, the plans that need to be in place and kept for a certain number of time. It's very vocal about the records that we keep, our reports, how long, in what condition must they be kept, so that even if, for example, let's say in my current section, I leave like tomorrow and I don't go back, the information to be able to conduct work safely in that space would still be readily available, whether it's for the purposes of the operation or it's a requirement, let's say from the inspectorate. What I also need to mention here is, I think it's section 63 or 65, if I'm not mistaken, where it speaks about initiating an inquiry. Historically, people would pass away on the mines, and there would be very sketchy information around the accidents which might have occurred, which led to loss of lives. Right now, the regulations are very clear about initiating a fatal inquiry. I'll share with everyone, for example, about 2 years ago, I think it was a couple of months after I got appointed, I had a fatal on the operation that I was responsible for, where 2 locals collided and an employee passed away. I actually sat for that fatal inquiry, obviously because of COVID and so on. I sat for that fatal inquiry. It was concluded in I think it was the 2nd or 3rd week of February this year, where I had to sit as the employee, as a representative of the employer, and answer questions about my health and safety management system. And the engineer was there. Because of the nature of the accident, obviously the rock engineer, the geologist, the vent guys, they were not necessarily there. But in, let's say, a fall of ground accident, it would be required that the geologist is there to account for, you know, what was happening in those workings, let's say three months prior to the accident, on the day of the accident, the last reports, the last observations in that working place. The rock engineer would also have to come and sit in front of the inspector and answer. And if any of us, whether myself as a representative of the employer or my technical support, is found wanting, that can lead to further proceedings in sort of like the criminal space, where you could be charged with negligence, because it is the law is very clear about what my responsibilities are and what the responsibilities of those who I appoint, like a geologist, like a rock engineer, or ventilation a vent officer, or chief, or a surveyor, what it is that we actually have to do in ensuring health and safety for the employees who are under our charge. What is also very important for anyone, including geologists, is understanding the mining terminology and layouts in any operation. So the picture that you see on the left is a typical underground mine where I work. I did mention that I'm mining currently both the Merensky Reef as well as the UG2. For those who know what I'm talking about, just drop a comment on the chat so that I understand my audience as well. But for example, so what is in a name? So every working place has a name. You can imagine it's like a house address. So I live at house number 120, corner 2nd Avenue and Line Street. That is important. It's just like every single working underground has got that name. And it's important that you know, so that whatever observations that you make underground, you are able to reference it properly when you get to your plans. And when you are talking to the next person, I would know exactly which working place you are talking about, and we can then make an informed decision. So whether you are in exploration, whether you are in the mines directly, it's very important that you learn the terminology, so that when you are communicating, we all know what it is that you are communicating, or what area you're actually referring to, and then decisions can be made like that. If you look on the left-hand side, I don't know how clear it is, but you can see a layout of some breast panels. So each panel would have a name, the raised line would be named, the level would be named, and the half level would be named, for example. So when you talk to me, I would know exactly that you are referring to such and such a working place at 25 level, North Merensky or whatever. And the conversation would carry on from there. So it's very important that you are conversant with whatever terminology in the space that you're going to operate in, so that you can communicate effectively. So, I mean, you're probably wondering, so what do you actually need to know? This presentation was put together with the help of the technical services, my manager at the shaft where I work. Her name is Jacqueline. So her background is, she's actually a geologist, and I think she's been a geologist for over a decade, and she was recently appointed as a technical services manager, her and Lufu, who is the geology manager. So they've put in some geology jokes, which I hope geologists will find funny. But what I think is important, what you all need to know, is that safety starts with you. And the joke was that geologists always walk into things because they look at the rock. And that has been my experience, that I would walk in with a person and I realize that they're not necessarily aware of their surroundings, because they are so interested in what is happening either on the hanging wall or on the side wall. So safety starts with yourself. If you're in any operation or in any space, you need to be very aware of your surroundings, so that you don't walk into things, whether it would be protruding roof bolts, or it would be broken ore on the footwall, which would result in uneven surfaces it's very important that you are conversant with any hazard that would exist in that space, so that you are safe, whether it be machinery, whether it be the mining activities themselves, or any rock falls. So it's not necessarily the responsibility of the rock engineer to tell you that something is wrong, because you'd find that I would have a geologist who'd go underground, not necessarily with the rock engineer, and said individual must be very aware of his or her surroundings, especially in areas where you could have possible rock falls. What is also very important is people skills. And I think it was mentioned by the very first speaker that you know, you can work in different industries and you then gain portable skills. One of them is working with people or being able to communicate to the next person. So I'm a miner. And if I need a geologist to speak to me, him or her needs to be able to speak to me in a language that I understand. So whatever knowledge is in his or her head needs to be able to be translated to me, so that I can make good decisions. And that's where you see an integration of different information from the different departments. A geologist works very closely, let's say, with the survey department, as well as with the rock engineers. And that information needs to be integrated and presented in such a way that the next person who's a decision maker, which is usually either myself or a mine captain in my section, is then able to make good decisions. So team approach when making decisions is very important, because what a geologist might deem to be very important can be overridden by what is possible or what can be done based on what input let's say the rock engineer has. So in integrating that information, people need to be able to come together, the different disciplines need to be able to present that information so that the best decision is then made. And said information must be reported to a mining engineer, which would be someone like me, who I would need everyone's information to be presented in such a way that at the end of the day, I can make good decisions, whether it is a safety related matter or a production related matter or a cost related matter. The role of a mine geologist, the principal role of a mine geologist is to locate, identify, and quantify mineral resources. They work very closely with other technical professionals, as I've already mentioned, like rock engineers, surveyors, as well as mine planners. They identify geological hazards through underground mapping and drilling, and help with strategies to mitigate risks and contribute to the safe extraction of ore. All these things that I'm mentioning, so when I came into industry 11 years ago, I didn't know anything. And I think I also speak on behalf of those who've been in industry for a long time. All of these skills are taught as you go through the different, as you come into industry and start at a certain level and work your way up. Okay, so geologists also give technical advice to mine managers on how best to extract the ore from the, how best to extract the ore body efficiently, as well as ongoing training and coaching of mining personnel. And this is very important. If you are not conversant with the subject matter, you cannot teach you cannot teach the next person. So as a geologist, that's why it's important that you are very conversant with the subject matter of the space where you are currently operating. Because when you go underground, it's not like your only interaction is going to be with the rock. At the end of the day, you need to leave your mining crews underground with adequate understanding of how it is that they must approach the ore body where they are mining at the time. So that's why it's important that geologists are able to work with people and are able to convey information to the next group, whether it be the mine manager, whether it be the technical services manager, whether it be the other technical services managers, whether it be the crews themselves who are underground. So you need to be able to convey the message or the information at the most elementary level so that the next person understands. Because, I mean, a geologist is not in the workings or in the same working place each and every single day. So you need to leave people, equip them with the right information so that they are able to extract the ore body efficiently, even in your absence. I think Leon spoke quite a bit about exploration and exploration geology. So you'll see that the next couple of slides actually go through the different stages of a mine, whether it's at exploration stage, on our underground workings when the mine is operating at sort of steady state. But just quickly, in terms of exploration, core recovery, drilling, what a geologist does is that he or she is directly responsible for planning and management of our diamond drilling programs, which are very important because look, what I do is I can blast a rock. I can make sure it comes loose from the face, but where I'm going or which direction I must go, I need to be told by both the geologist as well as the surveyor. And the rock engineer then comes in and tells me, oh, you can blast here, but make sure you do this and this and that to make sure that you hold up the hanging wall and you don't kill anyone. So it's very important that each one knows what part to play and they deliver at the required accuracy more than anything. What a geologist actually also does is core logging and core sampling, analysis of relevant QA/QC, and that refers to our quality assurance controls, because whatever data is gathered, we need to make sure of that integrity of that data, because we need good data to be able to make good decisions. Our assay results are then built into grade block model using geostatical methods and ground consolidation methodologies then, and from there. So in a nutshell, what I want you guys to understand, I think from here, is that if you come in, and I understand I'm speaking to students, and some I think are already in industry, but start at a certain point and do not despise the space where you are right now. Learn. If you are at a sort of a very junior level or entry level job, there is something that you can learn there that can help you make decisions at a much later stage. I think there was a question to the last speaker at the very end about, you know, if an error is made, how does the company then deal with it? We cannot afford to make errors at certain levels of the operation or at any level of the operation, whether it's still at exploration or when we are mining at steady state, because that not only do we speak about its effect on the bottom line, but its effect on the health and safety of the individuals who go underground and spend 6 to 8 hours on the cold face. And it's important that the decisions that I make, the decisions that a geologist make, or a rock engineer or ventilation officer makes, or a surveyor makes, it's very important that those decisions are made with as accurate information as possible. What a geologist also does at a mine is identification and extrapolation of geological structures. So geologists undertake routine underground visits to map and identify geological features. These features are then projected ahead of the current mining phases. What that then does is it enables me to make decisions for the next month, for the next 3 months, for the next 6 months in the operation, so that whatever mining methods I employ at the time to be able to extract the reef, I make sure that people are safe and I ensure maximum extraction. Geological structures are geohazards with the potential of fall of ground, accidents, and serves as conduits to flammable gases. So it's important that I cannot emphasize this enough. It's important that if you are appointed as an operations geologist, you are conversant with the space in which you are. You are conversant with the structures, because whatever information that comes from the geology department into my office, that information is what equips me to be able to make good decisions to ensure health and safety. If you look at the appointment of a mine manager, I think it's 3.1a, it speaks about ensuring health and safety. So I'm not necessarily appointed to make sure that I get out 9,000 tons a day. I'm appointed to make sure that I ensure health and safety for the people under my charge. And because I cannot be everywhere and I don't know everything, believe it or not, miners think they know everything, but we don't. Hence, we need geologists, we need rock engineers, we need surveyors, and we need vent officers. So I cannot emphasize that enough. It's very important that you are conversant, and wherever you are in your journey right now, whether you're still at school or you are coming out of varsity and starting in industry, do not despise your humble beginnings and learn from everyone that you come across, because they most definitely know more than you. And just lastly, identifying geological structures is important in mitigating risks and associated with geohazards. And I think I've spoke about that at length. What a geologist also does is underground mapping is conducted by geologists and geology observers at a mine. It is done on a routine basis to gather geological information on the lithology and morphology associated with the ore body. Tools that are typically used is your measuring tape or your distometers, your Kleiner rulers, your mapping books and pens. You would actually appreciate the importance of a pen until you're underground and you don't have one and no one has one around you. So it's very important that when going underground, you're always prepared. The geological data collected is then plotted on the mining plans as a method of communication to mining personnel and other technical services department. And I think I've spoken about that. What I'd like to mention there is throughout the month, we've obviously got different controls to make sure that, you know, we are still mining in the direction that we should be mining. So we have what we call G-sheet meetings, which is, so I love planning, by the way, and so I enjoy my planning sessions with my technical services and mining teams. And one of the things we do, because as I mentioned earlier, I'm still at a project shaft. So that means we are still drilling and blasting, you know, our grid development. I'm talking about our flat ends, our main drives. We are still blasting raises and winzes and cross cuts and so on. I work at a conventional mine, as mentioned. So one of the things which is very important is the information that I would get from the geologist's most recent mapping. You know, the last time he or she was there, what did the ground conditions look like? Because that then enables me to make decisions to what the mining teams must, or how the mining teams must mine in the next following months to make sure that we do reach our targets, but more importantly, that we do it safely. And I think this is a video. I hope it will play. There is no sound. The gentleman on the video is Talent. He is one of the section geologists at the operation where I work. And you will see, I think he's mapping a haulage, if I am not mistaken. There he goes with his Kleiner ruler. The information that he then gathers from his underground mapping is then used as input towards our short and long-term mine designs. And this is important because whatever decisions we make, we need to, number one, make sure that we maintain the integrity of any excavation for the time required. So there are certain excavations which need to stand for life of mine, which would be, let's say, our main shafts, our station crosscuts, our main haulages. So it's very important that the information that comes from the underground mapping is accurate, so that when we integrate it into our short and long-term designs, it then delivers the required integrity. So that's just Talent doing what he does. So interpretation to mine design, geologists delineate the ore body and produce geological models. Those models are then used to design and plan the mine in terms of our inputs and layouts. That's why it's very important that it's accurate from the onset. What the geology department does is that it is directly responsible for the management of all geological models. So as information becomes available, obviously it's integrated into the model and we change. But the changes which are often made are not so big that we would have to, let's say, change our entire mining method. Although there has been instances in the past in some operations where because of some inaccurate information, it's led to major losses, which has even resulted in operations having to shut down because it's just not economic to carry on. So what do I need from a geologist as a mine manager or as a mining engineer is that a geologist needs to understand the bigger picture. It's not just your, we cannot operate in a silo. You need to understand how does the information that you have and the knowledge that you have feed into the other technical departments as well as into your direct report. It's important that a geologist understands safety because that governs how we make decisions. We make decisions governed by, yes, the Mine Health and Safety Act, but also by the fact that we want to be able to send people down safely and they come out, as well as obviously personal health and safety. You need to understand your mining layouts and terminology so that when you speak, the next person is able to understand what it is that you are talking about. You need to be able to work with people, not just the people in your own department, whether it be the survey, whether it be the observers, but your geology manager, your technical services manager, the general manager in some instances, and the mine manager who's responsible for the day-to-day running of the operation, as well as mine overseers. So you can't be a person who likes sitting in a corner and not really communicating. You need to be able to communicate and work with different people who are younger than you, people who are older than you, people who look different from you. At the end of the day, we need to be able to work together. I need a geologist who can give recommendations so that I can make good decisions and best estimate and give good estimates actually based on data. So you need to be able to interpret your data so that when you communicate to the next person, it enables them, the responsible person, to then make a good decision. And I've been told that geologists do precision guesswork based on unreliable data provided by those of questionable knowledge, and that would probably be the miners. I don't know. So yeah, that's my presentation in a nutshell. You can tell this presentation was put together by geologists. Apparently geology rocks, and it does, because I would not be able to do what I do without their input.
Nonku, thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation. And before we get to the questions, just remember, I now have a recording of a mine manager saying that miners don't know everything.
You can share that. They know I'm talking the truth.
Okay, folks, any questions, please? Put your hands up or just unmute yourself and ask, or put it in the chat.
Hi, Nonku. It's Shimi here.
Hello, Shimi.
I wanted to ask, because I hear you saying your project is still in its infant stages with developing flat developments and crosscuts. Does Impala or your section or your projects have any appetite in moving to mechanization, seeing that conventional mining is rather, we're seeing that it's much safer to mine mechanized and with machinery instead of handheld on the faces? Thank you.
Thank you, Shima. It's actually it's a good question.
When I started out in the industry, before I answer a question, I always used to say, you know, most problems in this industry are due to lack of foresight. And I thought I was very clever when I thought this up about 11 years ago. But the operation where I work, so when they sunk the shaft, remember we put the infrastructure in place based on the ore body. So we are mining a very narrow reef tabular, ore body. One of the decisions that was made a long time ago based on the exploration information was that the grade was not sufficient to be able to cover the cost that we would incur should we mine it as a mechanized mine. Hence the decision to mine it as a conventional drilling and blasting with handheld machines. So we are not as infant as maybe I might have said. I mean, we are currently sitting on the operation with about 6,000 people in that operation already and doing about, so I'm on leave right now. I think they're still doing about 9,000 tons. We're doing about 9,000 tons a month. So we've advanced quite a bit, and to try and change it at this stage, I think it would be detrimental to the operation at large. Also, the mine from its inception was not designed to be a mechanized mine. And you know, this is a topic that's actually, I think, very close to my heart, because I need to put on my humanity hat sometimes and say, fine, I employ currently 6,000 people. Should I change to a mechanized mine? Obviously, those numbers are going to go down. What does that mean for the communities around me? And I think this is probably a dilemma that most companies sit with, especially those who are operating as close to communities as we do. So at this stage, I don't see it happening, Shime. I think we are probably going to mine that mine for its entire life of mine as a conventional mine.
We've got a question from Mpo in the chat box, who asks about a blasting certificate. How do you go about getting one? What are the requirements? Sounds like Mpo wants to blow things up.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun. Mpo, you must come. It's actually, it's a lot of fun. So a blasting ticket, the requirement, I think it's a metric certificate really to be able to do it, but it's sort of like your license to mine. And it's done through I think it's back to the DMR. So when I started actually, so you would see that I was in industry, I think for about 3 years before I even got my blasting, because there was an integration from DMR to the MQA, and it was a bit messy the way it was handled. So I think it's back with the DMR, where you are given some study material and you then sit in front of a panel where you are asked questions, you answer the questions right, you are given your certificate, and you can legally blast some rocks into smithereens.
Looks like there's going to be a queue outside the DMR. Nonku, there's another question here from Pamelo.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, what is your take on Fanagalo as a means of communication, just to get harmonized communication across?
So I love Fanagalo. Minaya's Kulumayena. It is primarily, you know, we cannot run away from the fact that historically, those who had been employed in the mining industry were people who were not necessarily educated. So it is, especially in the hard rock space, I understand it's not so much in the coal mines, but in the hard rock space, we still have our workforce is still primarily uneducated, although we are seeing that there is a migration in those numbers. It is changing. We've got more matriculants joining industry, more people who are educated joining the industry. So it's not so much, but there's still a very large group of those who cannot understand. So it's for me personally, I enjoy Fanagalo because it enables me to communicate with the workforce in a language that they understand as well, and we are then able to communicate. And there's genuinely certain words that you can only say in Fanagalo, and the next person understands exactly what you're talking about. For example, do you guys know what's a geologist in Fanagalo? Does anyone know? No?
No.
It's a gogolos. That's a geologist. So if I say to an old madala, gogolos yanabuya yanasbuya chala wanaganjan, that person knows exactly what it is that I'm talking about. So for me, honestly, I enjoy it because it enables me to do my job well, and it enables me to communicate in a language, if you want to call it that the workforce can understand, and it then creates a platform for us to be able to communicate as a team more than anything else.
Thank you. We've got two more questions regarding blasting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to work shifts to get a blasting certificate?
Yes, Lauren, you have to work shifts, and I apologize, just off the top of my mind, I cannot remember exactly how many it is, but you do have to have a certain number of shifts where you are exposed to the actual phase, whether it's handling explosives. Obviously, you need to know how to use these things, so lest you kill yourself and other people, where you're exposed to handling explosives or interacting with machinery and moving ore from the face to wherever you're supposed to move it to. So they don't just dish these things out. You do need the exposure to certain criteria in the mines.
Which I think leads on to Christo's question regarding blasting, who asks, is it not applicable to people who are already working at the mine? I wanted to do many years ago, but apparently I had to work for a mining company before I could do it. Why is this so?
The blast is not applicable to people who are already working at the mine. So, Christo, you obviously need a blasting ticket to be able to take charge and initiate a blast. It would be very difficult to give a blasting ticket to, let's say, someone who's not in there, because then you would not be conversant with the requirements of breaking that rock in that space. I'm sorry, I'm just reading the last bit of your question. That just made it difficult for me, knowing I wanted to join a mine and thought this would boost my resume. So you definitely need so in the space, for example, sorry, let me just think properly. You're a geologist and you're talking about getting a blasting ticket to boost your resume. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
So I don't think the ticket itself is what you would need to boost your resume. I think it's experience in that space that is what you would need to boost your resume. So for example, if you've got a blasting ticket and you work as a miner, that would definitely blast your resume. You don't just get it for the sake of having it like one of your other 10 degrees that you have on your resume, but you actually don't have the experience. So after getting my ticket, for example, I wasn't then appointed as a mine manager. I had to work. I think I was a miner for about 2 years, working both day shift and night shift, just to make sure that, you know, I wouldn't kill people with just this one piece of paper that that I had, but that I would have the correct exposure to be able to then make to make the right decision.
Thank you. There's a question from Musa. What's your take on the integration of strategic skills at advanced educational level of one's studies, so as to complement technical abilities in the corporate environment, such as the mining space. Musa, perhaps you want to unmute yourself and explain further your question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So in essence, what I'm trying to get at here is, so just to, for example, in a decision-making environment, so when the guys go underground, when they look at the things, that sort of like collecting your...
Musa, can you come closer to the microphone? We've lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better.
So I was trying to get at a point, it's that for someone who's collecting information, like a geologist going underground, so maybe they might not be understanding the strategic side of things. They might just be going down with technical abilities. Is there a way that we can ensure that when the guys go underground, they have a strategic vision of what is required of them other than just being technical, so they can make a spot-on decision while they're underground looking for some of the first-hand data information of some sort? Is there a way, for example, for the junior guys starting up at the lower level in the mining environment, is it possible that there could be some sort of way that could be integrated in the educational level, the varsity level, let's say the honors level, where they get some of the strategic skills, so as to ensure that when they get into the mining environment, they grow organically at the fast rate, so as to speak.
Musankos, I think I understand your question. You're just gonna need to correct me at the end of my response. You're talking about integrating sort of sort of strategic thinking and skills at sort of varsity level to enable one to when one enters industry, he or she is then able to sort of think at that level. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so earlier during the and this is, I think, one of those mistakes that we make as graduates. Okay, so 11 years ago, I mean, I'm from Wits, I can read and write and reason, and I thought, let me get my blasting ticket. If you look at my blasting ticket and my manager's certificate, hey, it's about I think there's like an 11-month gap, because I figured if I just get these tickets, they should give me the very big office with a very large table where people can sit around me and worship me as a mine manager, all right? I think it is very important that as graduates, be equipped in the best way you can be while you're still at varsity. When you come in, do not aim, I'm not saying don't be ambitious or anything, and I hope I'll frame this response properly so that you guys understand what I'm saying. Don't, you cannot come in as a graduate and you want to be making decisions, let's say that a technical services or a geology manager is making. To be able to fast track, you spoke about fast tracking in your question right now, to fast track yourself to get to the point where you can make those decisions, the best thing you can do is learn where you are from the people who are around you, as elementary as you might perceive it to be at the time. So the strategy bit, I think it comes as you earn your stripes in industry. I'm not saying it should take you 10 years or 11 years like myself to become a geology manager or a technical services manager. What I'm saying is the best thing you can do is learn from you can even learn from geology observers who've been in industry for like 20 years. And they can equip you with skills that will make you an excellent geology manager or technical services manager, or even mine manager if you've got the right qualifications. All right, so wherever you are, whether it's in varsity, I can't really speak much about the tertiary institutions. I mean, it's been 11 years. I think my degree is like expired. I'm sure it is. But wherever you are, like sort of learn there where you are, get into industry, learn from everyone around, whether they are your senior or your junior, learn. And the most important thing is, as graduates, we never ask questions. You come in, you've got your fancy degree and you think you know everything. Believe me, you don't know anything. What you were taught in varsity is great. What it does is it just gives you it enables you to just sort of put your foot in the door. But to put both feet and get into the room and sit around the table with big boys or big girls, you need to then earn your stripes and you need to be conversant. What's nice about mining or that this space is that as soon as you don't know what you're talking about, we can hear like, there's something wrong here. This one hasn't been in a flat end in a while because what he or she's saying doesn't make sense. So my response to you, Musa, is that wherever you are, learn and equip yourself best where you are, so that when you get to the bigger tables, where you're making bigger decisions, you are well equipped and you are conversant. Because here experience is valued. It is what will actually set you apart. And you don't need 15 years of experience. You just need to be conversant with the subject matter. Then you stand out from the rest.
That is so true. Just on a commercial punt on that, Musa, later in the year, the GSSA has a webinar on project management. So if it's something that you're interested in, keep an eye out for that. There's a question from Leonita further down. We've experienced quite a few gaps in terms of geology guidance and production teams. The geologist will emphasize grade qualities and production teams prioritize tons. What is the best way to bridge that gap between different stakeholders and teams?
Oh, Leonita, I hope I'm saying your name right. That is an excellent question. And I think that responsibility rests with the leader from the production side. So for example, I'll make an example with myself. If in my conversations with technical services, because I never really just sit with technical services, I always sit with my technical services and the mining teams. If in my conversations, my emphasis is always on quantity, then the quality will slack. So I think the best way to bridge that gap is the kind of conversations that are held around the table by all relevant stakeholders. We cannot speak quantity without speaking quality, because at the end of the day, I can blast 9,000 tons a day and it's all bad quality. It doesn't give me a return on my investment. At the end of the day, I need to sell the goods, and it must be good goods, good quality goods, to be able to get the money back. So I think it's a responsibility of the main people running the operation. How do they frame their conversations when everyone is sitting around the table, so that everyone understands what is important? Yes, it's important to drill and blast, but it's also very important that I drill and blast at the right place, blasting the right channels, so that when I sell my ore or the broken ore, I get good money for it, and it doesn't cost too much down the line. Because remember, there's after I drill and blast, I send it to the plant where they process. If it's not good quality product, it means they need to spend more money in processing, and that's not how you run a business. I always say to my teams, imagine this was your spaza shop. If this was your spaza shop, would you do what you do? Because at the end of the day, if you invest money, you need to be able to make it back and make profits. Then the business is sustainable for much longer period. So it's the conversations for me. Well, what do the main guys on the operations speak about? Because that will then put an emphasis to the teams at the bottom. At the end of the day, what interests me as a manager is what fascinates the guys on the face.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is afternoon, yes. It's nice to be presenting again. I did this talk last year as well, and I hope it is still of interest to geologists. So my talk today is about mineral processing. We just heard a bit from Nonku about the mining side, with some very interesting questions and very intelligent and very clever answers, I thought, as well. So I'm now going to talk to you a little bit about what you need to know about mineral processing and metallurgy as geologists. The development of resource is one of the fundamental desires of mining geologists, but we've also got to think how we move that resource into reserve. One of the problems I've found over the many years is that this movement of resource to reserve is often not understood early enough in the process. And this is something I'm going to emphasize throughout this presentation quite a bit. We need to look at all the disciplines, from the geology itself through mining, mineral processing, metallurgy, also to a limited extent, all of the engineering requirements from civil, structural, mechanical, etc., the infrastructure requirements, the bulk services, power and water, the financial assessment. As Nonku said, you've got to be able to sell your end product. Obviously, also the EIA and social aspects, environmental and social and governance, and the marketing of your product. So moving from resource to reserve is teamwork. And again, that's something that cropped up in the previous presentation. You don't do this by yourself, you do it with a complete mix of people and a team. An understanding of, sorry, I just got to clear something there. The understanding of all these disciplines is important. And as I said, you've got to be part of that overall team. There are many factors that we need to look at for this resource to reserve scenario. They include mineralogy. What's the value product? How is it disseminated in the ore body? What size is it in the ore body? What waste products are there that we have to deal with? What potential contaminants are there for the metallurgical process? They can be significant in terms of your recovery efficiency of your end product. What economic factors are there? Things like, high calcium carbonate levels in an ore body, which uses acid, can consume an awful lot of money. What environmental pollutants do we maybe have to be careful of? What physical properties are there? And I'll cover those in a bit more detail. And the development of the modifying factors, such as recovery efficiency, capital costs, operating costs, human resources costs, etc., etc. And one of the things we need to bear in mind is that earlier we get this information, the better it is for the project. We obviously won't be able to get it all very early on because the geological work is geared towards finding out what's there. And we also have to then disseminate that information and see how that could be turned into a project. But let's not be put off by that aspect that it's a long-term issue. We should still try and do it as early as possible. Sorry, something's happened here with my computer. Yep, there we go. There are four main areas of mineral processing and metallurgy: liberation, concentration, recovery, and refining. I'm not going to consider refining in this presentation because it's very specialized at the end of the product line. So I'm going to concentrate mainly on the first three areas. As I said, most minerals occur in a disseminated condition within the ore, usually in a very fine state. So to gain access, we need to liberate it from host material. We've heard a lot about blasting just now and smashing things to pieces. And in metallurgy, we do the same thing. The mining guys give us fairly large pieces. We then smash it into very small pieces. And there are two main methods for this. One is crushing and the other is milling. And I'll take both of these in a bit more detail in turn. There are six main types of crushers. There's a gyratory crusher. It's mainly used for primary crushing of large rocks, mainly for open pit mining operations, where the rocks can be pretty large and delivered by very high tonnage dump trucks. They can handle very high tonnages, but they're very expensive. The jaw crusher is also for primary crushing of run-of-mine ore, generally lower capacity and capital cost than gyratory, not quite as efficient, but can be very, very good. Cone crushing, this is normally used for secondary and tertiary crushing to reduce the size of material that's been delivered by the gyratory or the jaw crusher. So they are hence the term secondary and tertiary crushing. Rolls crushing, these are predominant in coal and but generally softer ores. They have very high wear rates if used with hard rocks. High pressure grinding rolls are a very specialized form of crushing, and it's often used as preconditioning before milling and or pebble crushing after milling. And they were especially effective in the 1980s and 90s in diamond liberation, specifically of recovering large diamonds effectively unbroken, because diamond breakage in cone crushers and roll crushers is very high. These, as I say, are fairly specialized rolls. Then impact crushing It's good for softer ores. Hard materials cause high wear and OPEX. And these can also generate too many fines. So you tend not to use impact crusher for things like coal, because otherwise your downstream processes lose efficiency. So there are a number of different types, and selection of them just depend on the physical properties and the mineralogy of your ore body. So that's how we need to know that information, and why we need to know that information for selecting the relevant mineral processing unit processes, as we call them. There are two types of crushing. One is called open circuit and the other is closed circuit. The primary crushing and the secondary crushing shown on the left here are open circuit. In other words, what goes in comes out, and it just passes directly onto the next unit process. In this case, the third unit process is tertiary crushing. This is now in closed circuit. The crusher product is screened, and anything larger than the required size, in this case 8mm, returns to the crusher to be recrushed, whilst the product of -8 moves on to the next unit process. So it's fairly simple. Open circuit, once through, closed circuit, the material goes round and round in circles until it reaches the desired size and is then moved on to the next process. The milling process also has a number of different types. There's autogenous milling. This is size reduction, which is done by the material itself. In other words, inside the mill, there is no other material other than the ore. There's ball milling. Steel balls used as the grinding media to undertake the size reduction. Semi-autogenous grip milling. This is a mixture of those previous two. So it uses mainly the ore, but adds some steel balls as well for added efficiency. Rod milling is a very specialized type of milling again. It uses long rods in the mill rather than balls, and can generally generate a finer product. Stirred mills are very specialized if you want to go down below sort of 20 to 30 micron size. The autogenous ball and sag and rod milling generally can do down to about 45, 50 micron in size. So again, different types of mills. And so you need to link your crushing circuit to your milling circuit so that they gel together as joint unit processes to generate your final product. And again, you see types of open and closed circuit here. You see the crushing product going to the sag mill. That generally is then treated by a series of hydrocyclones, which separates the material on size. So the -75 micron moves on to the next phase of concentration. The +75 micron material moves to the ball mill. The ball mill is more efficient at milling small material than the sag mill. That ball mill also is now in closed circuit with the cyclones. So anything from the cyclone that's greater than the -75 micron in size that you desire for the next unit process goes back to the ball mill. So again, you've got open and closed circuits operations. And the photograph on the right is the typical milling installation for this sort of operation. To design these sorts of plants, as I said, we need information from the ore body, which you geologists can provide us with. So these are called ore dressing studies. We need to know things like hardness and strength. We need to know fracture mechanics. In other words, how easily or difficult does something break? This can be different to hardness and strength. As I'm sure we all know, diamond is a very hard natural substance, but it's also extremely brittle and breaks very easily. Abrasivity, in other words, how much wear when you treat this material does it cause on your mechanical equipment? You need to know the density. You need to know the absorptivity of things like water. And you need to know the nip angle, is how easy it is for a crusher to grip the material and hence perform its work in reducing it in size. And the interesting thing about this stuff is that the best place to get this information from is drill core. So now again, you're seeing that we need liaison between the geology, mining, and processing departments right up front. So the first drill core you put down in an ore body is one of the most important, and you need to have your mining guys and your processing guys with you as early as possible, because they can then help you determine how you drill, where you drill, not just from the point of view of the geology, but also from the point of view of all the downstream processes in the complete mining chain. Once the mineral's been liberated, we now need to concentrate it. So we're now into the concentration phase. Concentration of the mineral in milled ore is in parts per million, sometimes parts per billion. So it's very low concentration. So it's very difficult to recover anything from that without increasing that level of concentration. And there are four main types we use: gravity separation, leaching, froth flotation, and automated sorting. Gravity separation can produce a very high concentration level in one pass, especially when used for something like gold recovery. After concentration, leaching and froth flotation, the mineral is generally that parts per 100 or less. So it's been heavily enhanced, but is not still not particularly concentrated. Automated sorting is generally used as a pre-concentration process. So often you'll remove waste from a mill feed rather, so that you don't have to waste energy and money milling the wrong material. But it is gaining more and more expertise in terms of being an actual real concentration process. And this is particularly true again in the diamond industry, where automated sorting is prevalent. Gravity separation is one of the oldest techniques in mineral processing, and it's over 3,000 years old, over 5,000 years old rather, when it's first used for the separation of gold. And it uses the specific gravity between the value products and the waste material, and uses high G forces. The simple settling of wood or different densities of wood in water has a very low G force, 1 G, because it's effectively just using gravity. So what you need to do is enhance that gravity by getting up to much higher G forces, sometimes up to 40, 50 Gs in certain situations. So a number of different processes are involved. One is dense media separation. This effectively enhances the density of a fluid by the addition of a medium, normally ferrosilicon medium or magnetite, which is then pumped through cyclones, which generates high G forces to cause that gravity separation between two products. Very common in coal, very common in diamonds. High G-force centrifugal gravity concentrators like Falcon or Nelson, they're two trade names. These are often used for gravity separation of gold or things like tantalum and potentially lithium, things like that. So they generate very high G-forces and could generate very high concentrations of gold. Shaking tables, these have been around also for millennia and are relatively useful when you have a high difference of density, which is something like tin and its waste products or tantalum and its waste products. Spirals, often used for pre-concentration before shaking tables, again for tin and tantalum are very common uses there. And jigs. Jigs are not the most efficient, but they are very cheap to run and operate, and again used heavily for coal and for diamonds. So these are all sorts of gravity separation techniques that you may come across in your career within the mining industry. I'm not going into massive detail on all these because each one of them is a very specialized subject in its own right. But effectively, if we just look at the sort of equipment you're looking at, top left is a dense media separation plant, fairly complex and fairly big, but highly efficient. It's one of the most efficient unit processes around. The bottom left is a shaking table. The center unit is a high G-force centrifugal density concentrator. Top right is a jigging plant, and bottom right is a spiral plant. So hopefully you'll be able to recognize these next time you're wandering around the plant or plants in your area. Leaching is another form of concentration. And this is a hydrometallurgical technique, so you use water with this. This extracts the value product by converting it into a water-soluble complex. I'm going to use gold as an example here. Gold uses carbon in leach, which combines leaching and absorption processes in one process. The milled ore we pump into big tanks, and then we add cyanide, and this dissolves the gold into the liquid phase. The activated carbon is then added to that leach material into the fluid, and the gold is then absorbed onto the carbon. So you take the gold from a solid state in the milled product, you dissolve it into a liquid state, and then you recover it back onto another solid, i.e. the carbon. That carbon is then separated from the pulp using screens, just physically separated from the two. And then we treat that again with a sodium hydroxide solution to put the gold back into liquid form again. It sounds like we're going around in circles, and it is exactly what we do. But at each stage, the concentration of the gold in that state is increased, hence concentration. So we then move it into the electrowinning section for the final recovery of gold onto plates of gold, effectively. So again, this is a concentration phase that improves the ability to recover. This is a sort of typical leaching process, which I've just described generically. You know, you take your milled product, you tend to thicken it up first because you need to make sure that you don't have too much water in your leaching system. It's just expensive and costs a lot of money. So you leach by adding the cyanide and oxygen. Then you move to the carbon absorption phase. You're then able to throw away most of your tailings at that stage, the milled waste product, onto tailings dams, which I'm sure you've seen all around the country. The loaded carbon then moves to acid washing in the elution phase, and then onto electrowinning. The carbon is regenerated and is recycled back into the system. So it's again, we're seeing another form of closed loop there, which improves recovery efficiency and improves the economy of the operation. Now, some more photographs. On the left are the leaching tanks, the CIL or CIP tanks. On the right is an elution plant. And on the bottom are your electrowinning cells, which in this case, they're photographs of copper cells, but the same process on a smaller scale is used for gold. Flotation is another form of concentration. In this case, we use surface chemistry. So there are many different ways which you can concentrate material. It does depend on the properties of the value product, as you geologists are defining. So in this case, we basically mix the milled ore with air, which forms bubbles. We modify the material by adding a whole load of reagents: collector, frother, depressants, activators, and pH controllers. And what that does is it means that the hydrophobic material attaches itself to the bubbles, and that is normally in this case the value product. The hydrophilic material stays in the majority of the waste product and is rejected as tailings. So this works on hydrophobicity. Again, it's just looking at a different type of condition of the ore body, property of the ore body. What does this look like? Again, we look at the milled product, which moves into the conditioning phase, where we add all these reagents, the frother, the collector, the pH adjusters, etc. We then move into a series of flotation cells. We call it a rougher float because it roughers up and it covers a rough concentrate. That concentrate moves to the cleaner, where we rely on increasing the grade of the product of the concentrate. The rougher looks at increasing the recovery. The cleaner float looks at improving the grade. The rougher float tailings goes to a scavenger float. And again, that is what it says. It does what it says. It scavenges anything we've lost from the first time in the rougher float. And the scavenger tailings then go away to tailings disposal. The cleaner float tails are recycled. Again, another closed circuit, so that anything that's lost in the cleaner is recovered again, bearing in mind that what we're trying to do in the cleaner and the recleaner is get a high grade final concentrate. So that is why those tailings are recycled. So again, we're seeing this open circuit and closed circuit operations. On the left, we see a bank of flotation cells. They can be very large, numbers of these in any float plant. On the right, you can see the froth that's generated in the laboratory cell. That's a pyrite float, a typical type of color and texture you see from a pyrite float. Now we're going to look at some automated sorting issues. Historically, the sorting of minerals has been done by hand. When I first joined the industry, hand sorting of waste from reef in the gold mining industry was a common entity. Very rare to see it now. But in recent years, computing power, as we all know, increases exponentially, according to Moore's law. And we can now look at high capacity sorting, which has become economically viable. The sorting method relies on the presentation of a single particle thick layer of material on the sensor. So this tends to be done on a conveyor belt, moving extremely fast, which separates out all the particles so that the sensors can look at each rock piece on a single basis. And it then determines from its sensor systems what is waste product and what is value product. There are a number of different types of sensors. There's near infrared, ultraviolet, optical, which is in the visible spectrum, X-ray, and thermal. And these unit processes have been used in the sorting of many, many products. They originally started in the waste treatment of things like treating bottles for color, waste material from domestic waste, etc. But has moved into the mining industry, specifically starting in diamonds, but now moving into gold, copper, coal, all sorts of products now. Within each of those groups of sensors, there are still a number of subsets within them as well, depending upon the product you're trying to separate. These tend to be fairly expensive capital items, but are generally cheap to run and can be very, very efficient. In the sorting of diamonds, we get guarantees of up to 98% recovery of diamonds from the X-ray sorters, which are now common throughout the industry. What do these things look like? There's three of them there. On the top left is a whole series of diamond sorters from a company called Tomra. On the right is a sorter from Steinart, which is being used on coal and gold. And the bottom is another sorter from Devtech, also another diamond producer. So these sort of things are becoming more and more prevalent, and you're going to see them more and more in the industry, I think, during the lifetime of your career. To look at these concentration processes, we need a lot of information. And I'm coming back to my message right from the beginning. And that is basically that we look at detailed mineralogy. We need to know what the dissemination, the size, and the chemistry of the value product is in the ore. We need to know the waste products. We need to know potential contaminants. We need to know if there are any coatings on it, which can affect things like flotation or automatic sorting. We need to know what chemically bound value products there are. In other words, how easy is it to separate with excipients in the leach product, in the leach process? What are the economic factors? What are the acid consumers? What are the environmental pollutants? So again, the geology input is absolutely vital to the design of the required concentration unit processes. Also, the development of the modifying factors are necessary. So we need to look at the variables. What sort of process are we going to be using? Because each one will have a different recovery efficiency depending on the type of product you're trying to generate and produce and sell. You've then got to look at the recovery efficiencies, which are dependent entirely on mineralogy. You've got to look at the reagent usages in terms of costs, again, entirely dependent upon the mineralogy. And you've got to look at the waste disposal requirements, which are more in line with the environmental social impact requirements. And again, the best place to get this information is from drill core. So again, the detailed mineralogy has to come very early in the process. So again, I'm stressing that aspect. So please if take one thing away from this presentation, it is that your inputs are vital to the complete and successful and economic development of a mine. And it's not just the outpouring of the geology, it's all the detailed information we can get from your very early work on the mine or on the project. As I said, the simple message is teams develop mines, not individuals. And the earlier that geologists interact with other disciplines, the better. And the better the results of the geological program will be, because it will generate results which everybody will require. A single drill hole can assist. I say can, generally doesn't, but can look at not just the geographical location, not just the geological information. It can also provide information on hydrogeology, geotechnical information. In other words, how strong is the rock? How easily will it hold up if it's underground mining? How easy is it broken in the mineralogy and in the mineral processing operations? It can also assist with the mining method design. It can assist with mineralogy. It can assist with the ore dressing studies. And as I've tried to explain here now, and hopefully succeeded, significantly in the mineral processing and metallurgy definitions. If we don't do this, we can have a brilliant resource, but we won't get a reserve, and nobody will be mining and nobody will make any money. So that is the end of my presentation, and I will willingly take any questions that there are and hope I can answer them.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Put up your hand, unmute yourself, or put it in the chat, whichever is convenient.
I have a question, but I can't find my hand. Oh, there it is. Found it.
Go for it, Carrie.
You would think by now I would be better practiced at this. I have two relatively quick and easy ones. You mentioned, Jeremy, that previously sorting was done by hand, and obviously, if human beings are sorting a very precious item, they might be inclined to keep some for themselves. Is there any sort of historical consensus about how much might have been lost in that process?
The premise is absolutely correct, and I don't think there's any consensus whatsoever in terms of what was lost. Most of the people who used hand sorting believed the process was very efficient and nobody stole anything. Most of the people who are critical of it say the losses it was very inefficient and the losses were high. So there's obviously an interest, whether you have a physical interest or an economic interest, they have different sorts of conclusions to which they arrive. But in essence, if you were sorting waste from gold, if there was visible gold and you had a product where you could see visible gold on the mine, it would get stolen. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And diamonds is a case in point where theft is a major issue. And there's talk of up to 15–20% revenue could be lost on diamond industry due to theft. That is my own personal opinion, but it is significant.
That's very interesting. Thank you. Then my second quick question is, could you give us an idea what sort of software programs or how many software programs you use in doing your reconciliation during the mineral processing exercise?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. When you start off, obviously you're given most of the geological information. You would often work with the normal, database programs that will be generated by the geologists. So we would use, the data mine work basically. We would use all that sort of information from geological sources. The preliminary work for mineral processing would just be done basically in simple Excel type and database programs from the Microsoft suites, basically. when you get to a stage where you think you've got some good knowledge of the process, we then move into specialized simulation packages. And there are a number of those, such as LIMN, LIMN, whereby as we design a circuit, like a milling circuit, we would simulate it with all the inputs from geology and all the ore dressing study work. And that would then produce an output which would allow us to optimize that circuit. And that's highly specialized work. And that can be done either what we call statically, which is basically just reiteration with no variations on input data, or it can be done dynamically, where you add variations on the input data and you add in things like stockpiles, bins going up and down, feed rates changing, etc. And as you use those more the complex versions, they become more and more expensive and more difficult and more specialized. So beyond that, you then tend to move into back again into fairly simple mass balances for design purposes, because you've then got to generate information for suppliers of equipment. So you've got to be able to break it down into how much does each mill take, how much does each hydrocyclone take, how much does each conveyor treat. And you tend to go back into fairly simple Excel spreadsheets again to do that. So there's not a lot of massive complex stuff except for the simulation work, which generates the preliminary design information for the project. So I hope that's answered your question. As you move into things like feasibility studies, you will then move into more economic software programs, using things like Monte Carlo simulations, etc., which would then become more important for the overall economics of the project. So, and again, they become fairly specialized on how you look at risk, at risk, and how Monte Carlo simulations. So they look more at risk issues from a financial perspective. So each area has its own specialized area. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it has. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lauren, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. What qualification would a geologist need if they want to become a plant manager? And does a plant manager carry a legal appointment?
Let me answer the second one first. Yes, a plant manager does carry a legal appointment in South Africa and most African countries. So they become legally responsible for the safety of all of their personnel. And that is something you have to be aware of when you take on that role. Qualifications, that's an interesting one. I mean, previously when I started, you needed a degree in mineral processing, metallurgy, chemical engineering to move into the metallurgical mineral processing field. Then you would tend to stick in that field, and historically, as I'm sure most of you are aware, the mine manager previously always used to be a mining guy, specifically in underground mines, because they were considered to be the most important discipline. Throughout my career, and I've been in this business now for over 40 years, I've seen geologists become mine managers. I've seen human resources practitioners become mine managers. So the concept of multi-skilling is there, but tends to be at a higher level, because you tend to be trained, as in most of the mining industry in Africa, in Southern Africa specifically, management training has been extremely good, which means that any discipline can become a manager. Early on in your career, to move into the earlier stages of process engineering, you probably need to have a metallurgy, mineral processing, or chemical engineering degree. Because at the early stages, you need that technical excellence. It's only as you move on through your career to get to the plant manager level that your requirements move to managerial excellence rather than necessarily technical excellence. So it's a difficult question to answer. Every company and every business will have a different viewpoint on that. My personal viewpoint is that early on you'd need that technical qualification. if you want to become a mine manager rather than a plant manager, I don't believe you need to. I think any discipline can reach that sort of level if they are competent, well-trained, and have the correct abilities to reach there. So again, it's a difficult question to answer, Lauren, but I hope I've given you something there.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was possible.
I think anything's possible. It depends on what your desires are, I think, in which area you want to follow. Once you've got one degree, if you have a geology degree, to convert, is often quicker than just, going back to start again. But it's obviously just dependent upon what what you deem your best career path to be.
Thank you.
We've got a question from Paul. Let's say you have a reprocessing gold mine tailings project near a river. What methods would you use to prevent pollution of the water in the river?
Hi, Mpo. Thanks for the question. Basically, one of the big things which we do a lot of work on in mineral processing is containment of all waste material. I'm sure you're all aware of the big accidents that have occurred, specifically in South America recently, with tailings dams collapsing. That is one of the prime potential threats to anything, not just the water courses like rivers, but the underground water systems, and obviously social, housing, people, towns, farms, etc. So what you've got to do is you have to contain all the water and systems within the mine as best you can. So what you do is you use specialized people in terms of designing where you get your water from, so you don't deplete water sources that other people need to use. You then need to make sure that the wastewater and products you dispose of are into areas that are properly designed by expert tailings storage facility personnel, including looking at the geotechnical aspects beneath it, so make sure they don't collapse. Make sure you look at the geohydrology beneath it so that you don't have drainage into water courses that can be affected. You've then got to look at the civil engineering side of it, so that how the walls are built so they don't collapse. You've got to look at the operational side, which says, how do I put the waste into it and how do I recover the water from it so that it can be reused back in the plant? Most mines, like a gold mine, are net users of water, so that they always need to import water. So you can make sure that everything you use that may be polluted is returned into the system again. So as part of your feasibility study for any new project, all that will be taken into account. And then within the operations of the mine, you will have all the requisite policies and procedures in place, from your environmental, social impact assessment, and as well as all your policies and procedures for operating and maintaining all of your waste disposal facilities and your plant, so that material does not get out of the system. Inclusive of that is things like stormwater, which people often forget about. When it rains, if it rains on the land, it just either gets absorbed by the land, it gets taken up by plants, or it has run off into the river. If it lands on a contaminated site, such as a gold plant or a gold mine, you've got to contain that as well. So you have stormwater cut-off drains, which stop water getting into the river, stop water getting into other areas like farmland, etc. And that is also recycled. So it's a multifaceted approach, Mpo, to ensuring that all the environmental safety requirements and legislation is met.